The Threats and Risks module of TryHackMe helps us understand what security engineers do to identify threats and risks to manage and protect their environment. And there's 4 pieces to this module. We have the governance and regulation video, which helps us explore the policies and frameworks that are absolutely crucial for regulating cybersecurity in any given organization. We have threat modeling, which helps us understand the point of view of an attacker so that we can model various threats and pen test and attack our organization and all of our devices to emulate what can be done when somebody gets attacked or when we get attacked. We have risk management, where it comes down to framing, assessing, responding, and of course monitoring any given risk and vulnerabilities that come in. And of course we go into vulnerability management, which helps us identify, detect, and mitigate and even report a vulnerability effectively. And this all combined ends up giving us a very good overview of threats and risks and how to manage that posture for an organization. This video is sponsored by SurfShark, which is an all-in-one antivirus and VPN solution that you can use to secure unlimited devices. And this could be your mobile devices, it could be your personal devices, and everything else in between. And you will get access to the unlimited antivirus and VPN for literally 7 cents a day, which ends up being $2.20 per month. And it's one of the greatest solutions that exists on the market right now. So to get advantage to that pricing, go ahead and use the link in the description below and secure all of your devices today. All right, hello and welcome back. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. And today we are continuing down our pathway of security engineer. This will be day 5 or episode 5 of the security engineer pathway. We are inside the threats and risks module, and we're going to be going through the governance and regulation room. And also, being that there's a prerequisite for this room, we're going to cover another room, which is the web application security. So you're going to get a 2-in-1, a twofer, as they say. And this is what the outline is going to look like. So we have the intro, why governance and regulation is important, information security frameworks, governance, risk and compliance, privacy and data protection, NIST special publications, InfoSec management and compliance. And as a part of our intro, we're going to go through the web application security, which has web application security risks and practical examples of web application security. So all of this stuff is going to be timestamped in the description below. So if you want to skip around or find any specific part of this, you can. As always, if you are studying for your security engineer or CYSA plus, security analyst, pen test plus, ethical hacker, any of those things, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out in any of those pathways. We actually just finished the SOC level 1 pathway, and there's a full playlist with an organized episode history, and we're going along security engineer right now, and then we got to finish up Pentest Plus as well. I think there's maybe a couple of more videos for Pentest Plus, but all of that stuff is on the channel, so it helps you directly with your certification exams as well as your day-to-day in any of those roles. And when I took my CYSA exam, a lot of this rooms and a lot of these this content and everything like that actually helped me. Believe it or not, it's very, very useful, and a lot of this stuff over here is significantly helpful. If you're not good, or if you don't prefer reading to learn, that's why I'm doing these videos, to kind of make it a little bit easier, because everything on TryHackMe is read and then there's labs involved. But I also like videos and audio and stuff like that, and visuals and things like that. So that's why I started this channel, for my sake and as well as your own sake. So hopefully you'll actually find value from it and you'll actually join our community. We would love to have you. All right, without further ado, let's jump into the intro of this room. So cybersecurity is obviously a very rapidly evolving landscape. Malicious actors or hackers, they just constantly want to find new vulnerabilities, because security analysts and security engineers are always patching vulnerabilities. So they need to find new ways in. And the intention typically is to find, to cause damage or disrupt business or steal data or steal money, like a lot of different things. So to combat this, we need to take a very comprehensive, holistic approach to InfoSec and regulation and everything like that. It requires that we establish robust policies, meaning sophisticated, dense policies and guidelines, and implement monitoring and enforcement mechanisms to ensure that we're compliant. So this is a very, very big deal here. And when we do this, we mitigate the risk that's posed by hackers and attackers, and safeguard sensitive systems and information against potentially catastrophic breaches, right? So that's kind of the whole idea. These are our learning objectives, and as a general prerequisite, we need principles of security, which I already did, and the video of that should already be up. So if you haven't seen that, you can go see that. But then there's an extra one, which is web application security, and this is one of those prerequisites that I never recorded because it's actually such a small room. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go through web application security real quick, and then from there we'll go continue from the why is it important portion of this. So let's go and check out web application security. Web application security is a free room inside of TryHackMe. So if you want to go and venture into TryHackMe and you don't want to necessarily pay for the, the $7 membership or whatever it is, because there's a discount code in the description below that'll actually give you a discount. So it'll end up being like $7. So if you don't want to do that, this is actually one of the free rooms. And so the intro of this goes a little bit like this, right? So every one of us uses different programs on our computers. Generally speaking, programs run on our computers using computer processing power and storage. Moreover, to use it, we need to install it first. And if we can do anything, what if we can use any program without installing it, right? So to use a program, we typically have to install it. But what if you can do it without actually installing it? And so a web application is like a program, so a web application, right, that can be used without installation. And so if you're on a website, typically, if you wanted to really be kind of technical about it, the TryHackMe website is technically an application, technically. You can use it without installation, and you can do something like a modern web browser, such as Firefox, Safari, Chrome, all that stuff. So instead of installing everything that you need, you just need to browse the related pages. And these are some examples over here, okay? So you can go through Gmail without actually having a web or an email client on your computer. Outlook has the desktop application as well as the web application. Microsoft 365, same thing. You can use an online version of it instead of downloading them on your desktop, on your actual machine. Google Drive, same thing. All of these things, right? So there are literally thousands of examples like this. And a very common one that we all use is online banking web applications. So you don't download anything on your machine, you actually use their web portal. So the program is running on a remote server. That's what it means. A server refers to a computer system running continuously all the time, 24/7, to serve the client's information or access or whatever. So in this case, a server will run a specific type of program that we can access through a web browser. We can look at online shopping as an example. The application will read data about the products and their details, and then we'll read that from a database server. And the database is used to store information in an organized manner, but it's basically a server. It just holds a bunch of different database points or items or products, right? This could be information about the products, information about customers, invoices, payments that have been made, payments that are pending. A database could be a lot of different sets of data, right? A database server is responsible for a lot of things: reading, searching, writing to the actual database. The online shopping web application might need more than one database to access. So for example, there's a product database, customer database, sales database, right? And we can see the amount of information stored in any online shopping system. And so if we manage to exploit that system and steal the customer database, then we can get a lot of stuff and typically cause a lot of damage to the customer, to the client, the company itself, right? So this is kind of what that would look like. And so the person, the client, the user, the customer does a search for an item. It goes through the online web application, whatever that web portal looks like. The web portal goes through the product database, gets the search results, puts it back onto the web application, and then the person sees it on the results page, right? So they send a query out, and then from there you see something on the results page. Very, very simple process. Now, if you purchase anything, your information gets added to the customer database, and that includes your payment information, your credit card information, right? So that's very, very sensitive data, and it could cause a lot of damage to that company's reputation and lawsuits and all that stuff. So this is what it kind of would look like if you're trying to do it, right? So you look at everything on a website, on a Shopify account, for example, and you don't see all of the technical mumbo jumbo going in the background. You just see a nice portal with products, and you can search through them and so on and so forth. So it's very, very simple. It's very basic to understand, but it can be vulnerable, right? There can be risks and exploits and all those things. So many companies offer a bug bounty program. A bug bounty program means that if you can find a security vulnerability in their company systems, they'll pay you for that. And there are a lot of people who make really good money from this. And I'm actually considering doing it. I just need to get a little bit better at being able to do these types of things against web servers. I've gotten pretty good at penetration testing machines and computers and stuff like that, but I need to get really good at web server pen testing. And if you can do that, I mean, they pay a lot of money for that kind of stuff. So that's called a bug bounty program. You discover a bug, and then you can earn a few hundred USD to tens of thousands of dollars USD, depending on the severity of the vulnerability. And Microsoft has paid out a lot of stuff. So what do you need to access a web application? You need a web browser. So that is it for our intro to web application security. Now, web application security risks. So these are the processes that you go into when you access a website. You log in on the website. So, for example, your Amazon account. You log in on your Amazon account, you search for a product, you add the product to your shopping cart, you specify your shipping address, and you provide payment details, and then click order. And so there are a few categories of common attacks against web applications. These are specific steps that can be used to embed your injection of whatever malicious code or anything that you want to do. So log in at the website. We can try to discover the password by trying a lot of different passwords, and then we would use a long list of passwords with an automated tool to test them against the login page. Search for the product. The attacker can attempt to breach the system by adding specific characters and codes to the search term. It's called SQL injection, and the attacker's objective is for the target system to return data that it should not return or execute a program that it should not execute. And you have provide payment details. The attacker would check if the payment details are sent in clear text or using weak encryption, and then you can decrypt it or, basically see clear text data and steal the information that way. So obviously we're not going to be able to cover everything, but there's something called the OWASP Top 10, which is for the Open Web Application Security Protocol, I believe. That is it's like the industry standard for vulnerabilities against web applications. And a lot of companies who run web applications grade their security stature, security posture against the OWASP Top 10 list. And this changes either annually or biannually, but it's an updating list. So identification and authentication failure is a big one. So what it does is allows the attacker to use brute force, basically try a password dictionary or a bunch of different passwords using an automated tool to find login credentials. And then if the user chooses a weak password is usually very easy to guess. And storing the user's password in plain text, which is another really big no-no. And if we manage to read that file containing all the passwords, then we can get all of their passwords. So you have the username and then the passwords attached to it. And it's really dangerous. So obviously, it seems super obvious, but there are companies that do this stuff. So broken access control. Failing to apply the principle of least privilege access control, right? So who has access to certain pages or certain objects inside the web server. And if the access control permissions are broken, if your policies for access control are broken, that means that you did not apply the principle of least privilege, and users have more permissions than they actually need. So an online customer should be able to view prices of the items, but they should not be able to change the prices of the items, because that way they could, put the price as $0 and then just get a bunch of stuff mailed to them. And then your system will do it because you're probably not tracking that kind of stuff, and it's all being done automatically. Being able to view or modify someone else's account by using the unique identifier of that account, that's a big no-no. You don't want a bank client to be able to view the transactions of another client. Being able to browse pages that require authentication, like logging in as an unauthenticated user, or being able to access pages that are only reserved to web admins, which is kind of the same version of this. So we can't let anyone view the webmail before actually logging in. An injection attack refers to a vulnerability in the web app where they can insert malicious code as a part of their input into a search field, right? Inside like a search bar, they can inject whatever in there. And because of that, the lack of proper validation and sanitation is the cause of that. And if they can do that, they can query the web server and get all of this information, for example, or the usernames and passwords, or payment card information, any of that stuff. And then there's cryptographic failures, which is essentially the way that you encrypt the data. Cryptography and ciphers is something that we talked about in our third episode of this particular path in the security engineer. And so we actually looked at a lot of different cryptographic algorithms and ciphers and all of that stuff. And a cryptographic failure means that you either didn't use cryptography or you used really weak cryptography, so it was decrypted. And they decrypted whatever the encryption was, and they turned the ciphertext back into clear text, and now they can see everything. And that is a big no-no as well. So sending sensitive data in clear text, which means you didn't even bother to encrypt it, using HTTP instead of HTTPS, for example. HTTP is the protocol that uses to access the web server. HTTPS is the secure version of that, which encrypts all of the communication back and forth from the web server and you, the client, right? People can read everything that you send over HTTP, but not HTTPS. Weak cryptographic algorithm is another big failure. One old cryptographic algorithm is to shift each letter by 1. So for example, TryHackMe becomes USZ yada 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 because they just shifted 1 to the right, I believe. So TURSYZ, right? And so that's a very weak cipher. It's a very weak algorithm, and it's easy to break. There was a website that we were using that it's called Quip, something like that. That was inside of the cryptography room, the cryptography video, episode 3, and you didn't even need anything. You just take the code right here, and then you paste it in there, and it decrypts it for you. And it's very easy, and it's instant, and it's terrifying how easy it is to decrypt weak encryptions. So using default or weak keys for cryptographic functions, same thing. So if you use a key this is the secret key, if that's your weak key, basically the password to decrypt something, if your key is weak, then it's really easy to get in. So very, very basic. This should not be sophisticated because we have already gone through the cryptography room, so this should be all review for you. If you haven't seen that video, go watch that video. It's a great video. I actually had a blast doing it because cryptography is amazing. It's like one of those things that I didn't know I loved doing. But yeah, cryptography, encryption, decryption, very, very cool stuff. So you discover that the login page allows an unlimited number of login attempts without trying to slow down the user or lock the account. What is the category of this risk? This is identification and authentication failure. So identifying and authenticating somebody, and this was actually above here. This is what is right here. When we were talking about brute forcing, that's what that means. So identification and authentication failure. You notice that the username and password are sent in clear text. That is a cryptographic failure. There was no encryption, and that is a big no-no. So there is a practical example that we can go through. And I mean, might as well. We'll just go through it real quick just to see how this plays out. All right, so there's a site that's attached to this, and basically we're going to investigate a vulnerable website that uses insecure direct object references. It's called EDOR, and it falls under the category of broken access control. And so we're going to essentially just read through the instructions and follow along and discover our path here. So it says, or our flag, excuse me. This inventory management system manages all the shipments related to tires. A competitor sent a group of malicious actors to sabotage our logistics. The attackers used the account of one of the employees and mixed up the planned shipments. If incorrect shipments are sent, the product production will be delayed. So these are our orders that we're looking at right here. So this is our main page right here. We have planned shipments, inventory, and then our activity. So this is Roddy, warehouse supervisor, so on and so forth. So let's see what the instructions are over here. All right, so basically the instructions are, and this is typically what an EDOR vulnerability is. So if you can see the product ID, for example, if you can see this, and if I can change this to 53, then I can see product ID 53. That's an EDOR vulnerability. I shouldn't be able to see this inside the link and then be able to change it and then directly go to the product as well. Same thing with image. If I change it from 1003 to 1002 or 1004, I should not be able to do that inside the hyperlink of the website. And then a really, really big one is this thing. If my user ID is this and I change it to 17, then I'll probably see user ID 17 and all of their information, which is again a really big no-no. And same thing with TXT files or any other file. So if we go over here, if we click on inventory, for example, and then there's SKU0013, right? So if I do a / here, can I type here? I can't type here. So what about user ID 11? Can I change any of this stuff? Let's see what we can change. Yeah, we can change that. So can I change inventory? I can change inventory. Okay, so if I do SKU0015, then okay, that's fine. So that means that was not working. That's always a good thing. So SKU0015 didn't work. Let's say if we go to planned shipments, SKU0253, these are the shipments. The main page is like this. So let's see if we can change this to 0. Oh, employee ID 10. Yeah, that worked. So we can actually see employee Anton, warehouse supervisor. So let's go from the very beginning, see who we see. Ludger is the president. So the first employee, obviously he would get the highest or the first thing. Vice president is Daniela. We have Ormond. Ormond. User number 3. So here we go. 4. No user 4. Let's see. 5. No user 5. Is there a 6? Nope. Is there a 7? This Margaret in the front desk. 8 is the Willie database administrator. 9 is, ooh, look at her. She actually has a lot of information here. So SKU change. The SKU was changed right here. So let's see right here. So this is actually what we're trying to do. Check which user account was used to make malicious changes and revert them. After reverting the changes, what is the flag that you saw? So this is the person that made all these changes. So let's revert these things, and there's our flag. So that's an EDOR vulnerability, right? So you can change the information, and that's an EDOR explored is the flag that we're going to retrieve. You can change the information inside the web URL and then access different pages. That's what an EDOR vulnerability is, and that's an insecure web application. That should never happen, right? So that's basically it for our web application security, just so you can kind of understand a general outline of what web application security is and how it follows, so that we can actually go ahead and move on to our governance and regulation the rest of this room. So we did what was required in our introduction, and I didn't want to create a whole separate video for that because you just saw how quickly that was. That was like maybe not even 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe, not even. So that's essentially it for our intro of governance and regulation. So let's actually go into why governance and regulation is important. It's kind of an obvious question, but let's get the answer. why is it important? So we have some important terms here. We have governance, regulation, and compliance. Governance, think about it as govern. If you're governing something, you're managing and directing it to achieve the objectives and ensure compliance with laws, regulations, and standards. A regulation is the rule or the law that's been enforced, right? Compliance is the state of adhering to laws, regulations, and standards. So you're compliant, and compliance is the state of it, the act of it, right? And regulation is the actual rule or law itself, and governance is the overall management and direction to achieve compliance, right? So that's basic terminologies here. So when you're doing InfoSec governance, information security governance, you're looking at a few different things under that umbrella. So you have your strategy, you have the policies and procedures, risk management, performance measurement, and compliance, right? Given the escalating complexity of cyber threats, the significance of information security governance is growing. It's essential for risk management, safeguarding confidential data from unauthorized intrusion, and adhering to pertinent regulations. So strategy is developing and implementing a comprehensive information strategy, information security strategy, that aligns with the organization's overall business objective, right? If you are in the health industry, HIPAA is probably part of your strategy. If you collect payment information, PCI DSS is a part of your strategy, payment card information, right? Policies and procedures, preparing policies and procedures that govern the protection of information. Risk management, managing the risks, so conduct assessments, identify potential threats, and protect the information assets and risk mitigation measures against that. Performance measurement, so metrics and key performance indicators, KPIs. KPIs are used a lot in marketing, but this is also in tech, and making sure that those key performance indicators measure the effectiveness of the information security governance program. And then, of course, be compliant and adhere to regulations, right? Information security regulation is a big deal. So we talked about payment card standard, payment card industry, that's for if you're collecting payment card payments. General data protection regulation is, as it says, it's a general data protection regulation. So this applies to pretty much every single website that is trying to do business legally and be compliant. PII and EDA, or PIPEDA, but this is I never have actually seen it be as a full thing. But PII is one of those things that every single corporation that has any person that is either a client or an employee has to adhere to PII. And then we have HIPAA, as we already mentioned, and we have Sarbanes-Oxley, that has to do with auditing, and then you have the BSA, which is the Bank Secrecy Act, and Gramm-Leach-Bliley, and there's a lot of things. There's a lot of different regulations. So when you go towards regulations, when you try to adhere to regulations, the rules are pretty much set out for you. So you don't really have to worry too much about it, because you just follow the rules and make sure that you adhere to those rules. So when you do that, the benefits are that you have a more robust security posture, and you comply with relevant regulations, and it can help the organization reduce risk of security breaches and protect sensitive information, because these things that have already been established have been tried and true. They're proven. They've been tested. So all you got to do is just follow along. And then if you want to one-up those things, be even more secure than what's been outlined. It's not that complicated. Increase stakeholder confidence. So if there's anybody investing in your company, or the CEOs or the C-suite executives of the company, they feel more confident about you. If you have investors, they feel much more confident about you, whether it's public investors or there's like private investors. And it's a big deal. So they're like, hey, you know what? These people are being compliant. We like this company. Regulatory compliance, compliance with GDPR, HIPAA, PCI, or any of these things, again, has a benefit, right? It's good for you. It's in your best interest to be compliant in those things. Better alignment with business objectives. Security governance frameworks can help organizations align their InfoSec strategies with their overall business objectives and ensure that security measures are cost-effective and contribute to the organization's success. Informed decision making. If you're compliant and you know what rules you're supposed to follow, you can make decisions easier. Believe it or not, it makes decision making way easier because you have all of the information. You're not guessing. And it's, again, just, it's a benefit, it's a big benefit. And then, of course, there's a competitive advantage. If you're doing it and your competition isn't doing it, you become a more attractive choice in the eyes of investors and consumer public, business, commercial dealings, all of that stuff. So these are just some of the relevant laws and regulations. This is not even remotely close to anything that can be applicable. And depending on what industry you're in, what company you're going to be working for, I would just do a Google of what rules and regulations does this industry have to follow. And then if you want to do even more fine-tuned, you would do what cybersecurity rules and regulations, what information security rules and regulations does the banking industry have to follow, for example. So GDPR is the regulation propagated by European Union that sets strict requirements for how organizations handle and protect and secure personal data of EU citizens and residents. But this applies to the United States as well. This is not just Europe. Health insurance portability and accountability has everything to do with healthcare and protecting health-related information of their citizens. For example, their treatment plans, their actual information that has to do with their social security numbers, all of that stuff, the medications they're on, the surgeries that they've done, all of that stuff. PCI, payment card processing, financial regulation obviously has everything to do with payment card information. So, I mean, that one's kind of a gimme. It's very easy to understand. And then Graham Leach Bliley, as we mentioned earlier, has to do with financial companies, so banks. They have to be sensitive to customer non-public information, including implementing information security programs, privacy notices, disclosing information, sharing practices, so on and so forth. So this was a lawsuit. Graham Leach Bliley was a lawsuit that happened God knows when. And as a result of that, there was an act that came out to govern the way that financial companies distribute data and share data about their clients and about their investors, so on and so forth. So the term used for legal and regulatory frameworks that govern the use of protection of information assets is called regulation. And the health insurance portability, HIPAA, basically targets the healthcare industry. So health insurance, healthcare. So that's why it's important. Now let's go into some information security frameworks. InfoSec frameworks provide comprehensive sets of documents that outline the organization's approach to InfoSec and govern how security is implemented, managed, enforced, so on and so forth. This includes policies, standards, guidelines, procedures, and baselines. These sound similar, but there's nuanced differences. So a policy is a formal statement that outlines an organization's goals, principles, and guidelines. Standards is a document establishing specific requirements or specifications for a particular process, product, or service. Guidelines is the recommendations and best practices. They're not mandatory, but a lot of places do consider them, it's like an unwritten rule that if you don't follow certain guidelines, they're not going to look at you as a good investment as far as the asset to the company. Procedures, it's a specific steps. Policies and procedures come hand in hand. These two they're usually included inside the same document. You'll hear policies and procedures be embedded inside of the same document typically. And then you have baselines. So the minimum security standards or requirements that an organization must meet. It's a baseline. It is the minimum, absolute bare minimum that you got to do. So when you develop governance documents, these are some general steps. So you want to identify the scope and purpose of the document. What is it going to cover? Why is it needed? A password policy might be required to ensure robust and secure passwords. A baseline might be to establish a minimum number of security, a minimum level of security for all of the systems. Research and review. So you have the scope and the purpose. Now you're going to research and review. Research relevant laws, like regulations, industry standards, best practices to ensure that the document is comprehensive. Review existing policy procedures and other documents to avoid duplicating efforts for contradicting. Draft the actual document, so basically create a draft of it, and then review it again, get feedback from the supervisory board, your executive board, and get approval. If they don't approve, they're going to mention changes that they want you to make, and then you go and you redraft, and then you come back and you review again, and finally when it gets approved, you go and you implement and communicate it across the entire company and start training the employees and make sure that key people know what they're supposed to be doing. And a part of this is also the permissions, right? The broken user controls or broken access controls is what we talked about in the last couple of tasks, is that when you implement it, a part of that is proper access controls. When you communicate it, that means everybody gets trained. It's a part of the administrative processes inside of the company. And then you review and update. As changes happen in the industry, it's your job to be aware of those changes. And you will review them systematically every 3 months, every 6 months, every year. You got to review these things. Whether or not changes have happened, you got to review these things systematically. And then if there's an update that needs to be made, you update it, and then you go back here again. And you literally actually start from the very kind of top right here. So if you need to do an update, you identify the scope, research and review, draft a document, review and approve, implement and communicate, and then again, review and update. So that's kind of the process for governance and governance documents. And then we have explanation through real world scenarios. So preparing a password policy here. So the password requirements, right? Minimum length, complexity, and expiration. So you'll see that a lot. You'll be, when you create a new account, they'll be like, you need to have at least, 8 characters, 1 special character, 1 number, right? Or sometimes they'll say at least 1 capital letter, saying things like that. These are all password requirements, minimum password requirements. And then the password usage guidelines. So how passwords should be used, such as requiring unique passwords for each account, maybe. That's a big deal. Prohibiting the sharing of passwords. I mean, this should be pretty freaking basic, pretty standard, but there were some companies that I worked for where the management had shared their passwords with the lower level employees because they wanted to make it more convenient. And then the lower level employees would make decisions using the manager's password, and then the manager got caught a couple of times by upper management, and they're like, did you do this? And no, I didn't do this. Then your password was used, and they're like, oh shit. So yeah, it seems common sense, but big companies still do that stuff. Define password storage and transmission guidelines, encryption for password storage and requiring secure connections for transmission. Define password change and reset guidelines. How often do we need to change that? Communicate the policy, pretty straightforward, and monitor compliance. So you got to do regular auditing of these things to make sure that people are actually being compliant. And then you have your incident response procedure. So what are the incident types that could actually affect you? Some places don't deal with the incidents that affect certain businesses are unique, right? It doesn't apply to every single business. So for example, if you never handle cash, if you never actually deal with cash, you don't need cash handling incident response procedures because nobody's going to come and rob you for the cash that you don't have. But if you do have cash, then you need to have incident response scenarios and procedures. This is what happens if you get robbed for cash. And your life is more important. We're insured. You don't need to do these types of things. Make sure that if they want something, give it to them. Whatever, right? Incident response roles and responsibilities. So who are the stakeholders? The incident response team members, IT personnel, legal and compliance, marketing, senior management, all those people. Detailed steps. Do this, and then do this, and then do this, and then do this. Don't do this, and don't do this, and don't do that. Detailed steps, detailed actions that they take, and then rehearse all of that stuff so that they know what the hell is going on. And then report the incident to management and document the incident response procedure for future reference. This is immediately. Don't think about it. When it happens, report it immediately, unless you are the management. And even if you are the management, you need to report it immediately. Don't think about it, report it, and then come back and try to review and debrief and see what happened. Communicate the incident response procedures. That one's easy. And review, update all the time. Organizations only sometimes need to make a standard framework or baseline. Instead, they follow and use already made documents related to their field because all these things have already been done for us. And there are numerous factors upon which which standard frameworks or baseline checklists should be used. These include regulatory environments, so on and so forth. So the steps that involve periodic evaluation of policies and making changes is called the review and update step. And a set of specific steps for undertaking a particular task is called a procedure. Specific steps is procedure, right? So that is InfoSec framework. So let's talk about GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. All right. So the governance component, risk management component, and compliance component. These are we can call it the triad or the trifecta. There's another word that I'm looking for, but it'll come to me. But this is basically what they all go hand in hand, right? So the governance component of an infosec framework is it involves guiding an organization by setting direction through information security strategy, which includes policy, standards, baselines, frameworks, etc. Everything that we just talked about, along with establishing appropriate monitoring methods to measure and ensure the performance and assess the outcomes. So this is governance. This is when you govern something. This is that component. It involves guiding an organization by setting the direction through infosec strategy, which includes everything that we just talked about, along with proper monitoring methods. Then you have risk management. So identifying, assessing, and prioritizing risks to the organization, and then implementing controls and mitigation strategies in advance. This is not something that you do after the incident happens. This is something that you do before it happens, and you rehearse and you train, and monitoring and reporting is a part of the process. And you continuously evaluate and refine. It's continuous. It's not a one-time thing, okay? This is a big deal. And then you have compliance. So just be compliant, right? Make sure that you're meeting legal, regulatory, and industry obligations, that activities that aligns with the activities, right? With the policies and the procedures. See, you see how it comes in the same phrase right here, policies and procedures. It includes developing and implementing compliance programs, conducting regular audits and assessments, and reporting on compliance issues to stakeholders. So, how to develop the GRC program, which is generic guidelines for governance, regulation, risk and compliance. So it's just a lot of checklists here, right? So if you want to read the details, you're more than welcome to read the details. I'm just going to stop right here so you can read the details, but I'm just going to go through the headlines here. So define the scope and your objectives, then conduct a risk assessment, then develop the policies and procedures, establish a governance process, how you're going to govern your policies and procedures, and implement those things. Implement controls. There's technical controls, non-technical controls, and those can be managerial controls, administrative controls. Technical controls could be logical controls. It could be a lot of different, this is an all-encompassing word. So everything that you can think about when it comes down to technical, it could be actual machinery and IT stuff, or it could be the specific steps into the way that something works. It could be logic. So technical could be all-encompassing. Non-technical is also all-encompassing. And the controls for those things could be like an IPS or a SIM, right? So that's a part of technical controls. Non-technical controls is security training, having security walking up and down the premises. That's all controls for governance, policies, procedures, risk, and all of that. Then you monitor and measure performance, and then you keep monitoring, keep measuring, continuously improve, because you're constantly monitoring, measuring. This is a cyclical process. This is not a one-time thing that happens. And when you add something to your scope, which is everything that covers the regulation environment, so it could be all of your employees, all of your locations, all of your devices, your network objects, all of that stuff falls under scope. And then there's objectives. All of that falls under your definition of what are we trying to do here. And then once you actually have all of the objects and assets and all that stuff, you conduct a risk assessment. What is at risk? What's vulnerable? Then you develop policies and procedures to protect those things. And if something happens, what do you do in that event? Establish governance processes. So make sure that it's actually being governed, that people are checking these things. There is some kind of a managerial team or a committee, right? A security steering committee that meets regularly to review the risks and govern, like a government, they govern. And then implement your controls, whatever they are. It could be a firewall, right? It has to do, it's anything. It's security guards, cameras, whatever that is. Those are all controls. And then monitor and measure performance. Keep monitoring, keep measuring. And if anything changes, you improve. If anything changes, you go back to the beginning of the process, define the scope and objectives, and go through the process again. even if nothing changes, the industry changes, the world changes, hackers get smarter, and you need to be doing regular reviews, continuous reviews. So, in the financial sector, this is kind of what it looks like. You have the governance related activities. So, nominate the governance level executives, make financial related policies such as the Bank Secrecy Act we already talked about, anti money laundering, financial audits, financial reporting, crisis management, and a lot of different stuff. You have risk management activities. So, what are the potential risks? What are the possible outcomes? What can we do to combat those things? So, financial fraud risk, fraudulent transactions through cyber attacks, stolen credentials through phishing, all that. Compliance activities, take measures to meet legal requirements and industry standards such as PCI, all that stuff. We already talked about all that stuff. So, what is the component of the GRC framework involved in identifying, assessing, and prioritizing risk? And that is risk management. Is it important to monitor and measure the performance? Yeah, it is. So, let's move to privacy and data protection. So, privacy and data protection. I mean, do I need to say more? Protect data and respect privacy. So, the General Data Protection Regulation, the European guideline that we talked about earlier, that regulation was implemented in May of 2018 to protect personal data, and that's any data associated with an individual that can be utilized to identify them, or either directly or indirectly. So it could be their address, it could be their ID number, it could be their social security number, it could be their name, last name, birthday, all that stuff, right? So key points of the law include this. Prior approval must be obtained before collecting any data, so let them know you're about to collect data. It should be kept to a minimum and only collected when necessary. So if you don't need their social security number, don't ask for their social security number. If it's not necessary and you collect it, you're putting your organization at risk. So if you don't need it, don't ask for it. It's very basic. Adequate measures that are to be adopted to protect the data, and that's a really, really big deal. So this is what GDPR looks like at a glance. So all of this is a part of this one little policy. And all of these things need to be present. It's not, it would be nice if you had them. It's mandatory if you're going to be compliant to GDPR. And GDPR is literally standard across every business that collects information. Doesn't matter what industry you're in, if you collect information, you have to adhere to GDPR. That's why they chose this as the regulation that we're going to review. So the law applies to all businesses that could conduct business in the European Union and collect store processes. And again, it applies to the United States as well, because I think we're probably part of the European Union maybe, or something like that. But it's one of the most stringent data privacy regulations worldwide and safeguards personal data during collection. Companies can only collect personal data for legitimate reasons, yada, yada, yada. So tier 1 would be more severe violations, including unintended collection, sharing data with third parties without consent, maximum penalty now amounting to 4% of their revenue, or 20 million euros, whichever is higher. So if you don't make 20 million as your 4%, they're going to tax you or fine you 20 million. But if your 4% is 200 million, they're going to take 200 million. Okay? Tier 2 is less severe. So cyber policies, breach notifications, it's 2% of their revenue, or 10 million euros, whichever is higher. So it's pretty big. It's a very big regulation. And so you have payment card industry standard, payment card industry data security standard, PCI DSS, credit card information, debit card information, anything that has to do with payment cards. And that is by these brands right here. Strict control access to cardholder information and monitoring unauthorized access using recommended measures such as web application firewalls and encryption, so on and so forth. It's a big one. If any company collects payment card information, they need to adhere to this, and it's not a would be nice, it's mandatory. So what is the maximum fine for tier 1 users as GDPR? And that's 4%. PCI DSS, CHD is cardholder data. And just like that, we looked at data protection and privacy. So let's look at NIST special publications. NIST 853 is called Security and Privacy Controls for Information Systems and Organizations. And this is one of the standard ones. So if you're in if you use information systems at all, or if you use information in your organization at all, this applies to you, right? By the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and provides a catalog of security controls to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data or systems. The publication serves as a framework for organizations to assess and enhance the security and privacy of their information systems and comply with various laws, regulations, and policies. It incorporates best practices from multiple sources, including industry standards, guidelines, international frameworks, etc. NIST 853 has all of these points. Look at how wonderful these are. And so remember, we talked about technical controls earlier. You have access control, identification, authentication, system communication, system information, system services acquisition, system services development, program. That's all under technical control. You have physical controls, personnel security, which is bodyguards, security guards, physical environmental protection, which could be fences and cameras and stuff like that. Media protection, protect your media. That could be anything from storing your drives somewhere or anything like that. You have strategic controls, and then you have administrative controls, which is the longest one. So audits, awareness training, configuration management, contingency planning, incident response, maintenance, program management, risk assessment, all of this stuff. This all falls under NIST 853. So that's all under this one little rule. Because if you're dealing with information at any capacity, you need to be aware of this and adhere to these rules. So, developing and implementing NIST 853 based information security program, and these are your controls. So, read through this if you want, which I mean you should, because if you are studying for this examination, you need to read through this. I would recommend you even look all of these things up and try to figure out what all of the details of this are. Basically, go look this thing up. Go look the NIST 853 up and see what this is right here. This is a big old publication, and it's by nist.gov. So this is not a small document. It's a 500-page document covering one little regulation. So this is an important thing for you to look into if you're going to go into InfoSec. And then you have your best practices. So discovery and classification right here. So discover and classify sensitive data. Map out the data and permissions and make sure what you're supposed to protect, how you're supposed to protect them, who's supposed to have access. Access control, so manage, lock it up. If people don't need access, don't give it to them. Keep it the lowest level of privilege as possible for anybody. And monitor. That's pretty all-encompassing, very self-explanatory. So the monitor data, monitor the activity of the data, monitor user behavior, who's accessing what, why are they looking at these documents, why are they going into this folder, why would they even go into the etc shadow folder, why the hell do you need to see everybody's passwords? That's like a very important, it's like even if they're trying to access it, it's like, why are you trying to access this thing? What's your purpose for that? So then there's 863B. It's a set of guidelines created to help organizations establish effective digital identity practices. So, and authentication and verifying the identities of individuals who access digital devices, systems, services, networks. Provide recommendations for different levels of identity assurance, ranging from basic to high assurance. They also offer advice on using authentication factors, including passwords, biometrics, tokens, securely managing and storing credentials, so on and so forth. So, per NIST, which control category does media protection lie? So if we go up here and we try to look for media protection, which is right here, it's under physical controls. And 853, which control category does incident response lie? And I already know that, it's under administrative. And which phase or name of 853 compliance best practices results in correlating identified assets and permissions? And so right here, we have map, which is data and permissions. And then if we go over here, identify assets and permissions, is that right here? Well, there's nothing called mapping over there. So it would probably be, I think I actually even had to open the document, the compliance best practices result right here. This is just the overview right here, but there's a specific section of this inside of that giant PDF document that we opened up, that 500-page document that goes in further details for the compliance best practices. All right, so let us now move on to information security management and compliance. So this is one of the standards, again, in InfoSec management and compliance. It's the ISO IEC 27001, and then there's 27002, which is, it kind of goes hand in hand with this. It's a requirement to plan, develop, run, and update the organization's InfoSec management system, ISMS. The official 27001 documents are paid for and can be purchased from this link, and it was developed by International Organization for Standardization and the International Electrotechnical Commission. And so this is it right here, and you can get this for free, technically. Or never mind, what am I saying? It's not for free. This is something that can be purchased for, convert Swiss francs into your currency. So 129 Swiss francs is how you can get this thing for. But I have a feeling you can probably get this by Googling and trying to find the information, being pretty clever with your research and savviness and stuff like that. But 129 Swiss francs can buy that for you. This is what it covers. These are the core components. So the scope, which is the boundaries, right, including the assets and processes that you got to cover, information security policy, risk assessment, risk treatment, statement of applicability, internal audit, and management review. All of these things are just the general guidelines of this, the core components. If you want to read through the explanations, feel free to pause the video. But this is all part of the ISO IEC 27001. And this is what that looks like at a glance, right? So it starts, and this is in no particular order, right? This is just all encompassing, all inclusive. And maybe if I can zoom out a little bit, maybe I can kind of make it a little bit easier for you to see the whole thing. So there's that. There's the whole thing right here. Then we can go a little bit further down. And so an ISMS, Information Security Management System, built on the 27001 standard requires careful design and execution. It entails exhaustively evaluating the organization's security procedures, detecting gaps, and conducting a thorough risk assessment. Regular monitoring and measurement and continual development are crucial. Leadership support and resource allocation are essential. These are, again, commonsensical, but common sense is not so common these days. We have Service Organization Control 2, so SOC 2, not to be confused with Security Operations Center. Service Organization Control 2 was developed by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. What? Of all people. Compliance auditing framework. It focuses on assessing the efficacy of a company's data security based on the CIA triad. SOC 2 can reassure customers, stakeholders, and business partners that the company has put sufficient controls in place to safeguard systems data and sensitive information. It's essential for service providers interacting with client data or offering solutions that process, store, transmit sensitive data. So, important cardinals. SOC 2 is an auditing standard that evaluates the usefulness of a service organization's controls related to confidentiality, availability, integrity, and privacy. Independent auditors conduct SOC 2 audits. SOC 2 reports provide valuable information to customers, stakeholders, and regulators on a service organization's security and privacy practices. So if they conduct service type business, so that could be law firms, it could be financial organizations, it could be, massage parlors probably, like anybody that offers a service probably has to adhere to this as far as information security is concerned. And the audit report will assess the controls in place at the cloud computing company and include any findings or recommendations for improvement. And it can be shared with customers and other stakeholders to ensure the company takes appropriate measures, right? So accountability, it's a big deal here. What information security protection SOC 2 provides? So you have third-party service providers store, process sensitive information securely. That's the general accountability. And you determine the scope, very similar to the ISO 27001. You choose a suitable auditor, typically a third party. Look at their reputation, experience, and availability, obviously. Plan the audit, prepare for the audit. That could be by training people, by getting rid of things that shouldn't be publicized, by locking up information that should be locked up. Prepare for the audit, get audited, and then get your audit report. This was something that we had to do regularly when I was in banking. Also, when I was in telecommunications, there were annual audits. Sometimes there were uh, biannual audits, or not biannual, semi-annual, like every 6 months. Sometimes there were quarterly audits, depending on how well you did or how poorly you did in your last audit. So audits they're a terrifying word for a lot of people, especially if you're unorganized. But if you're organized, audits, you'll ace them, and it's like you're basically getting graded on your organization and you're following a rules. So I know some people that you really loved audit season because they just wanted to get that pat on the back, that gold star that they did great. So which component of ISO IEC 27001 involves selecting and implementing controls to reduce the risks, and that is the risk treatment. And then in SOC 2 generic controls, which control allows that the system remains available, and that would be availability. So just like that, we looked at two information security management and compliance rules. So now let's go into the conclusion of our room here. All right, so we went through an overview and we got a little task to do here. So let's zoom out. Can I zoom out? There we go. We have all of the things that we just reviewed right here. So that's all that is, but this is the instructions for what we're actually doing here. So this is called the vulnerability buster. And it looks like, oh my god, I love this game. I used to play this game at the arcade all the freaking time, the bubble buster thingy. So I'm going to skip the tour because I feel like I'm already ready. And so what are we doing first? Let's see. Please select the control framework and aim it at the corresponding bubble. Please hover over the vulnerability to see the problem that it represents. So we're going to go to, do I get to choose one of these? I do get to choose one of these, don't I? Okay, cool. So phishing emails goes to, it would be user awareness. I'm gonna go fire this mofo. Which of the following is a valid NIST publication dealing with security and privacy controls for information systems and organizations? So it's not NIST 27001, and this is actually 270,001. So it's definitely not that. I don't think it's COVID because we didn't even talk about that. So I'm going to go with 853. And so let's go and unpatch software, unregulated, non-compliant, man-in-the-middle attack. And we have general data protection, regulation, automatic patch management, SOC 2. So can I just attack any of these things? I wonder. So secure connection is probably the man in the middle. So, okay, so GDPR, that worked. Data leakage for the EU, that's what that is. So we're going to look at automatic patch management. Because this is right here, I don't know if it'll bounce off the wall or anything. Patch management, unpatched software. That's basically it. Which of the following frameworks primarily assists in InfoSec management and compliance? And so InfoSec 1, we didn't talk about. GDPR has to do with the EU. We'll do SOC 2, that has to do it. GDPR applies to the EU, voila, and SOC 2 applies to unregulated and non-compliant. Oh, come on, bro. I was reading the stupid questions. I'm trying to be all good and explanatory, and the freaking thing didn't work. So there you go. This is NAST. Secure connection is going to be man in the middle. GDPR is the next one. Patch management is going to be this one, and that was it was SOC 2. And we have GDPR is going to go to the EU, and SOC 2 is going to go to there. And there we go. Just like that, we got our flag. Easy does it. So there it is. That was the conclusion, and we wrapped our governance and regulation room. As per usual, if you got any value from this, or if you're studying for your security engineer, your cybersecurity analyst, Pentest Plus, ethical hacker, any of those certifications, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell. All we talk about on this channel are those topics, and we are currently on the security engineer path. If you're studying for your SOC level 1 or cybersecurity analyst, you will find a couple of really dope playlists on this channel that are all about that, and these things directly apply to those examinations. I have taken my CYSA exam, and I can tell you from experience that the content from TryHackMe actually does help, and it's very useful. The reason why I'm doing these videos is because some people don't do well with reading, and they like going along with a video format, audio format. So this is meant to help those people, but the information is good, and you use this information in your cert exams, and you also use them in your day-to-days as a security engineer or an analyst or a pen tester. So I think you'll actually get a lot of value from this channel, and I'm not saying that just to toot my own horn. I'm just getting responses from the community, and that's what I'm hearing. So I believe it'll be useful for you, and if nothing else, it would just be really awesome to have you as a part of our community, so that we can just learn together and go down this path together and become security engineers and ethical hackers together. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker slash protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video. Later. What up? It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. We are continuing down our security engineer pathway. It is episode 6, day 6, and we're inside the threats and risks module, and we're going to be talking about threat modeling today. And this is going to be our outline. So we have the introduction, obviously, the threat modeling overview, modeling with MITRE attack framework, mapping with the attack navigator, the DREAD framework, the STRIDE framework, and the PASTA framework. Love me some pasta. And this is our outline. Everything is going to be time-stamped in the description below. So if you want to skip around, or if you want to come back and refer to certain parts of this, it'll make it a little bit more convenient and easy for you. As per usual, if you are studying for your security engineer or security analyst, Pentest Plus, ethical hacker, any of those things, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. The only thing that we talk about on this channel has to do with cybersecurity, ethical hacking, pen testing, security engineering, all those things. And this information, everything that we cover here, is actually directly applicable to your certification exams. I've taken some exams, and I can attest from personal experience that these things actually apply to you, and you can use this information on your cert exams. And then there's the second part, which is probably the more beneficial part, that you actually use them in your day-to-day job as a security engineer or a pen tester or ethical hacker, any of that stuff. So I do think that this is actually going to be valuable to you, and it'll be very useful to you to become a part of our community and to turn on that notification bell and actually get notified when these videos come out. Because if you're serious about this, then this will be useful to you and it'll be helpful to you. So that's my whole spiel about it. Apart from that, I would love to see you in the comments section and see you as a part of our community. So it would be nice to see you and nice to have you on this journey with us. Without further ado, let us jump into the introduction of this room. So here are some questions to ask yourself. Amid an ever-evolving threat landscape, is your organization prepared to mitigate potential risks? Do you proactively identify vulnerabilities, prioritize threats, and implement security measures to safeguard your critical assets? How does your approach to managing security risks contribute to maintaining customer trust. These are some of the things that you got to think about when you're doing threat modeling. And in the modern world of advanced freaking hackers, it's probably more important than ever. Definitely more important than ever. As time goes by and people get really comfortable with using AI and all of these things, you are going to need to get really good at this as a security engineer. You got to understand what all of this means and how to model a threat. And we'll talk about what that means. But you got to get good at this. You got to get good at thinking like a hacker, basically. So what we're going to do is we're going to apply different threat modeling frameworks that actually exist and have been used in previous attacks in large environments and very significant attacks. We're going to talk about the significance of threat modeling, the fundamentals of modeling a significant threat applicable to your organization for emulation purposes, so practice, right? And then different threat modeling frameworks, so like MITRE ATT&CK, DREAD, STRIKE, PASTA, all that stuff. So the prerequisites are Intro to Threat Emulation, which is not available as a room yet, and it's supposed to be coming soon, so I'm excited about that. And Principles of Security, and we already did Principles of Security in episode 2, I want to say. So security principles, unless this is actually different. Let's see if this is a different room. It shouldn't be, but yeah, it's not. So we already did this, and you can go ahead and check it out. So let us jump into the next step right here, which is the threat modeling overview. All right, what is threat modeling? It's a systematic approach to identifying, prioritizing, and addressing potential security threats. Simple enough, right? It aims to reduce the organization's overall risk exposure by identifying vulnerabilities and potential attack vectors. So you're modeling a threat. And if you do that, you can have a proper or adequate security control and strategy, right? And it's pretty important if you want to have good defense. You got to be good at offense. You got to think like a hacker. That's why companies run pen tests. You got to do those things to see how you would respond in a situation where you get attacked. And that's what's very, very important. So you have the difference of threat, vulnerability, and risk. We need to understand what that means. So threat would be any potential occurrence, event, or actor that may exploit vulnerabilities to compromise information confidentiality, integrity, availability. This is the CIA triad. It comes in a lot of different forms. You have cyber attacks, human error, natural disasters. All these things could be a threat. The vulnerability is the actual weakness or flaw in your system or in your application or in your processes or in the training of your employees, right? It could be a lot of different things. That could be your vulnerability. And typically the human being is the most vulnerable element of the security posture of an organization. The risk combines those two. So it's the possibility of becoming compromised because of a threat that takes advantage of a vulnerability. So the risk looks at the possibility or the probability of you actually getting compromised because you have a really bad threat and a bad vulnerability. And then somebody thinks about taking advantage of it, and now you're at risk. So if you want to simplify it, the threat is the occurrence of someone breaking inside your house and taking all your shit. Vulnerability is weaknesses in your home security, such as broken locks or open windows. And the risk is the likelihood of being robbed because you live in a bad neighborhood, or you don't have, you don't lock your doors, or you don't have an alarm system, or you're not in a gated community, a lot of different kind of things. And here's your visual for that, right? So the high level process of threat modeling. So you define the scope. We talked about this in the last video as well. Defining the scope is kind of like the first step of everything, which means what systems, applications, networks, or data, or parts of your building, what is the specific areas that need to be attacked or at least modeled for that specific exercise? And then what are the assets that are inside of that stuff? Inside of this scope, inside of these systems, what is the asset? The system itself could be the asset, but what are the assets inside of this thing? They call it the organization's architecture and its dependencies. It's essential to identify the importance of each asset based on the information it handles: customer data, intellectual property, financial information. Could be a lot of different things. You've seen probably in movies where they call the human being an asset. And that's another thing. It's like you need to understand what that means. The CEO is an asset. The CEO holds certain access controls and certain information that's not available to anybody else. And so they are an asset. You need to be able to identify those things. Then you got to identify the threats. So potential threats that may impact the identified assets, such as cyber attacks, physical attacks, social engineering. Social engineering doesn't apply to anything other than human beings, right? So of course they fall under asset identification. Your humans are your assets. And of course, insider threats. You have a disgruntled employee and they decide to stab you in the back or rob you, whatever. Analyze vulnerabilities and prioritize risks. Analyze the vulnerabilities based on the potential impact of identified threats in conjunction with assessing and the existing security controls. Given the list of vulnerabilities, risks should be prioritized based on their likelihood and impact. Develop and implement countermeasures, so prepare for them and plan for them. Prepare incident response assessments, vulnerability assessments, all that stuff, and then monitor and evaluate. So this is, again, continuous test, and we talked about this a lot in the last video as well. Continuous testing, continuous monitoring, continuous updates, all of these things. This is not a one-time process. This happens regularly. It should be on a scheduled timeline where you do this regularly. New employees come in, do this. Employees leave, do this. You update your systems, do this. Anything that you do. You start a new building, do this. All of this stuff. This is regular. This happens regularly, all the time. You have the different teams that need to be collaborating in order to make this happen. So you have your security team. You have the development team, the IT and operations team, the governance, risk, and compliance team. These guys gotta be fun, right? The business stakeholders, and then you have the end users. So the security team, the overarching team of red and blue teams, right? They lead the threat modeling process, providing expertise on threats, vulnerabilities, risk mitigation. They also ensure security measures are implemented, validated, and continuously monitored. The development team is responsible for building secure systems and applications. Their involvement ensures that security is always incorporated through the development lifecycle. So you don't have to go back and patch it, develop it securely, and you don't have to worry about it. Do it right the first time, you don't have to worry about it. IT and operations teams manage the organization's infrastructure, including network, servers, and other critical systems. Their knowledge of network infrastructure, system configurations, and application integrations is essential for effective threat modeling. You have the GRC team that is responsible for organization-wide compliance assessments based on industry regulations and internal policies. These guys will grab they will destroy you, right? So these guys are the ones that they kind of lead everything. No, that's not compliant. No, that doesn't go according to regulation. No, you can't do that. And it's like, all right, dude, okay, I get it, Jesus. They collaborate with the security team to align threat modeling with the organization's risk management objectives. The stakeholders are the ones that provide input on the organization's critical assets, business processes, risk tolerance. These are investors, C-suite executives, managers. Their involvement ensures that the efforts align with the organization's strategic goals, right? These are the decision makers that have nothing to do with IT or security or compliance. These are the management team, the C-suite executives. And then you have the end users. So the users of a system or application, and they can provide insights and perspectives that team members don't actually have because they're actually using these things regularly. And they can help identify vulnerabilities and risks specific to user interactions and behaviors. So this is not the full list. Let's just be aware of that. This is the more important team, not to say that other people aren't important, but these guys are like key teams right here. Then this is your attack tree. Look at this. Isn't this fun to look at? So to gain unauthorized access to sensitive data, you can do a bunch of different things. You can bypass network security and exploit VPN vulnerabilities, man-in-the-middle attack. You can compromise user accounts with access to sensitive data. So you do a phishing attack or a password spraying attack. A password spraying attack is kind of the opposite, or I guess the other side of the coin of a brute force attack, which basically means instead of getting one user and trying a bunch of passwords for that one user, you get one password and then you try that password for a bunch of different users. So you spray that password to see which user holds that password. Hunting for credential dumps, these are just some ways to do it. This is not at all the full list, let me tell you. So at the root node represents the attacker's primary goal, gain unauthorized access. The first level of child nodes represents the different high-level strategies that they could do. Each node further breaks down into specific steps. In addition to the traditional hierarchical structure, attack trees can be organized as attack paths or attack vectors, which depict the possible routes or sequences of vulnerabilities a threat actor can exploit to achieve their goal. Paths are essentially chains of vulnerabilities that are interconnected, and we'll see that when we kind of go to the MITRE attack framework. In an attack path representation, the initial starting node represents the attacker's entry point into the system. From there, the various branches or nodes represent the specific vulnerabilities, attack vectors, or steps that the threat actor can follow to advance toward their objective. So, what is a weakness or flaw in a system, application, or process that can be exploited by a threat? And that is a vulnerability. Based on the high-level methodology, what is the process of developing diagrams to visualize organizations' architecture and dependencies? And this is the scope. So let's go up here. Actually, that is asset identification. So that is what that one is. And what diagram describes and analyzes the potential threats against a system or an application? And this is the attack tree, I want to say. That's the diagram, right? Yeah. There we go. So one down and several more to go. So we did threat modeling overview. Now let's actually do modeling with the MITRE attack framework. So we have done videos on the MITRE attack framework already. We did a series on cyber threat intelligence, and you can go find that information. I think you can even search for MITRE attack inside of the contents of the channel, and you'll be able to find the videos on it. But just for a review, the attack part. So MITRE is the name of the organization, and the attack part is adversarial tactics, techniques, and common knowledge. And it's a it's like I mean, you'll see it in a little bit, but comprehensive is exactly the word. It's all encompassing a bunch of stuff that you can see, and it includes the strategy, the specifics, the softwares that were used, the organizations that use them. And it's a big freaking tool. It's like a really important one, and you'll probably use this a lot in your day-to-days. This is actually something that you'll end up using in your day-to-days. So this is one of those frameworks. So developed by MITRE, it's a valuable resource for organizations to understand the different stages of cyber attacks and develop effective defenses. It's organized into a matrix that covers various tactics, so high-level objectives, and then techniques, methods to achieve those objectives. And it includes descriptions, examples, mitigations for each technique. So very, very, very comprehensive. It's amazing. So one of the techniques is called exploit the public-facing application. And we can see that this is kind of what it looks like. So if we went over here, this is what the actual page looks like. And then so you go here, you see procedure examples. And so these are the actual organizations. So this is an advanced persistent threat number 28. This is an actual organization that's used it before. 29, 39, 49, Axiom, Backdoor Diplomacy, Black Tech. These are all the people that have actually used this specific procedure, right? Look at this freaking list. And then you have your mitigation. So how to protect against that. This is how you detect it. And then these are all of the references for it. And then when you click on any of these, it goes deeper into these different organizations. So you can go into these organizations, and you can go into these mitigations, so on and so forth, right? Procedure examples, we see them over here. We already went through mitigation examples. We already went through that. Detection examples, and then of course references. So this is an overview of what the MITRE attack framework actually looks like. Applying it in the threat modeling process is what we're interested in. The first one would be to identify the potential threats that may impact the business, such as cyber attacks, physical attacks, so on and so forth. And then you map it. So the map is one of the things that I really liked, and I will see that in a little bit as well. But there's a large map. I mean, that's the best way to describe it. So you map the identified threats to the corresponding tactic, and then you follow along with that. And it's, I mean, you'll see in a little bit. I'm pretty sure they're gonna make us go through it, so it'll be pretty cool to see. Then we incorporate all of that in our threat modeling process to ensure that we have a good understanding of these security threats potentially, and then have countermeasures and mitigations that we can use. So utilizing MITRE ATT&CK for different use cases. So identifying potential attack paths based on your company's infrastructure, developing threat scenarios, prioritizing vulnerability remediation. So for example, if you have Office 365, there's a lot of techniques that have been used to attack Office 365, right? If you have threat scenarios, so it can be leveraged to assess your organization based on threat groups identified to target the same exact industry that you're in. Vulnerability remediation. If you want to remediate a specific vulnerability, you can search for it, and then you can go and find ways to remediate for that vulnerability. So you can obviously have way more uses than this. So it's not limited to just the cases that have been listed here. And then we'll go into that. You'll see, again, you'll just see how vast this thing is. But it's a giant freaking framework, and it's used all the time. So to improve the overall process with MITRE ATT&CK, we're going to use this in mapping threats in this very next task, in the mapping with the attack navigator. So what is the technique ID of exploit public-facing application? So if we go up here, we'll find it real quick. Technique ID is right here, T1190. So let's go put that here. And under what tactic does this technique belong? So let's see that. Right here, initial access. So that's what that belongs to, initial access. All right, so let us now move into actually using MITRE to map something. So let's start our victim machine, and let's see what we can do here. All right, so we needed to start our virtual machine here, our victim machine. I don't think it's a victim machine in this case, but we need to do that, and we needed to start our attack box. Although if you have the OpenVPN or any kind of VPN that you connect with through TryHackMe, you can do it that way instead of using the attack box. And then just start this machine, and then go to this particular IP address. So let's go here and see what we can find. 10.10.226.100, and we got that here, and there we go, MITRE ATT&CK Navigator. And so let's jump into it. This is an open source application, also accessible via this link. So let's see. Oh, I didn't even need to do all that apparently. But the web application is, once it's running, we're going to go through the navigator. So you can create a new layer, search and select techniques, view sorting and filter layers, annotating techniques with fills, so on and so forth. So I'm going to just go through these steps. Look at that. That's what I was talking about. That is freaking insane. Okay. And these are basically various tactics or techniques that go under specific paths, right? So if you wanted to do command and control, you have 16 techniques under that. So we're going to go through each one of these things. So to start, let's create a new layer. So I'm going to create a new layer over here. Although I feel like I should be using the other one because it would be faster. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to minimize this and actually use this thing right here, and I'm going to create a new, yeah, this is way faster. Okay, so we're going to do it this way. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go inside my second browser over here, and we're going to log in that way, and then from there we'll just follow along our path like this. So we'll create this, do this. I'm going to drag this outside of my screen right here, and go to our attack navigator, and let's go. Okay, so we're going to create a new layer and choose enterprise. There we go. And from here, we can see there are three options, obviously. So there was enterprise, mobile, and ICS. And the ICS matrix focuses on threats and techniques, so on and so forth, which control different things. So since we have chosen enterprise, we're going to see all of this stuff that is on our screen right here. And so we're going to search and select for a technique. So it says the first important feature we want to utilize is the search functionality under the selection controls. So right here, there's a little thing, this thing. So this specific feature allows us to search and multi-select techniques that we want to highlight or mark. You may press the magnifier button to access the right sidebar. And there it goes. There's our right sidebar. So let me see right here. And from here, we can search using keywords or any selection under techniques, threat groups, software, mitigations. So techniques, threat groups, software, mitigations, campaigns, so on and so forth. So you could like multi-select these things, right? So I could select, all that stuff. So that is a way to do it. So we're going to search for APT41. So let's do that. That's a part of our example here. And APT41 brings the technique. There's one technique, there's 2 threat groups, 5 softwares, 2 campaigns that were used, and that's about it, right? So you can view and select all of these things one by one if you wanted to, and you can add all of them to your overall search, right? To the thing that we're creating, the case that we're creating here. So after selecting the threat group, you may observe that the deselect button is also now available. So I guess I could do select. Oh, I see, it did work. So if I select, we have all these options at the top right here, and I can also deselect, and that will be a part of the process. Okay, very good. So you have the select, and then up here, we're going to see there are a number of techniques right here. So it says deselect one technique, right? So we could do that. I could either deselect up here, or I could deselect right here. I can do select here, and I can do, let's say, select all of these right here, and then this goes to 59, right? So I could deselect all of that stuff and it'll remove everything. So that's what that is. And then we can right click any technique if you want to do an action or a single technique and remove it from a selection. So if you want to remove something, you could individually right click it. And this is cool too, that when you like go through any of these things, it shows you what various selections. I love this thing. I don't know why I geek out so much over this. This is so fun. So we can view, sort, and filter layers. So we're going to go under the layer control panel here, which is at the very, very top right here. So I'm going to click this thing, for example. So we're going to do select network configuration. And then from here, it seems to be that I think I can do this drop down. No, that's the platform drop down. Maybe this thing. No, that's definitely not it either. Ooh, how do I go back to the normal view? What did I just do? That's nuts. There we go. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see. This expands everything. Look at that. And then this contracts everything. Gnarly as F. So exporting features, this is what it opens up, I think, right here. You can also open this up right here. This was actually the right one. So if I clicked on this, it brings up these various filters that I can use to choose different types of things. So I can deselect all of these and only go to Office 365 to see what applies to that specifically. And then we can even sort through it, and you can sort through a variety of different ways through A through Z. So all of this is right here. So I'll just zoom in, or I can even do the double click. Let me do the double click. So these are all of our layer control options that they're talking about here. So you can get layer information from here. You can export the information if you wanted to. You can filter through various operating systems or particular softwares. You can do a color setup if you wanted to. You can show and hide things. You can expand the subtechniques. You can expand annotated subtechniques. You can collapse the techniques, and you can do a matrix configuration, which shows names or shows IDs. If I did this, I'll see all the IDs that's associated with all of these things. You can show aggregate scores if you wanted to. So if we did that, well, it doesn't show. Oh, I see. So this is part down here. Anyways, I don't want to get too sidetracked too much. And then we can expand sub-techniques, which is what we saw over here. So voila. And now it opens everything up, and then you can see all of these things in all of their sub-techniques, which is a long list. And then we can collapse all the sub-techniques to get it back to this normal thing right here. Annotating sub-techniques. And I think what's nice about this is if you expand it, and if you want to search for a particular thing that's not visible on the screen. So let's say I want to search for Python, for example. So if I collapse this and I do a search on the screen for Python, nothing shows up. If I expand it and search for Python, then you actually see it on the screen. So that's what's really nice about this, is that once you expand it, you can just do a Control F and search through the screen to see what's available. So if I search for cloud, for example, there's 60 or 36 different options that show up. You know what I'm saying? If I collapse everything and then collapse, bro, there we go, and then search for cloud, now you only see 9 options that show up. So that's what's nice about expanding everything. You can do a quick search on the screen and get your results that way. Then you have annotations, so you can annotate techniques. So we can go into the technique controls right here and look at things right here. So you have the toggle state, and so if I click on this, this is actually once the stuff has been selected. So if I deselect this, then the technique controls actually go away. And so toggle state allows you to disable the selected technique, making their view grayed out. And then you can click on it again, I guess. So let's zoom out and see if that actually works. I feel like I should select some other thing, so I'm going to select all on here. There we go. And if I do toggle state, it grays them out. There you go. And if I don't, there they go. There it is. So now you can actually see more of a better view of what that actually does when we have some more techniques on the screen right here. You can do background color. So we already went over here, and we can add a red background color. Now you can see all that. No color. You can remove that. Scoring, comment, link, metadata, clear, all that stuff. So this is what it is. So you can score these things if you wanted to, add a score to them. You can add comments to them. You can add links to them. You can add metadata, and you can clear annotations or anything that you've already added. You can just clear everything from there. So those are just some options. And so now we have the utilizing the attack navigator section. So we're going to use a scenario here. You're going to search for specific advanced persistent threats and models and techniques, and we're going to add them, and I'm going to try to navigate and map them out. So we're tasked to utilize the MITRE ATT&CK framework for our modeling exercise. It's in the financial services industry for our organization. So some known threat groups are these guys. So let me go and clear this out from the very beginning, and we're going to search for a few different organizations. So the first one is APT 28, and I'm going to select it. And then the next one is APT 29. So the first one, 28, was Fancy Bear. 29 is Cozy Bear. And so techniques, threat, ooh, you know what? My bad. So we're going to go for threat groups here. So APT 29, we're going to select APT 29, and then we're going to go back here and we're going to do APT 28 one more time. And the threat group is APT 28 right here, not Sandworm Team. And then we have another one called Carbonac, which is a threat group. So we're going to do Carbonac and select these guys. And we're going to do Fin7, which is Carbonac and Fancy Bear. So Fin7, we're going to select these guys. And then we're going to do Lazarus group. And that is another 5 options here, but we're going to pick Lazarus specifically. So now we have all these guys right here. So in addition, your organization uses the following technologies. So we have Google Cloud Platform, an online banking platform developed by internal developers, and a customer relationship management platform. So if we go to the filters here, so Google Cloud, Google Workspace, all these things. So maybe I can try to find various stuff. Let's see if we can search for Google Cloud. Let's see. So these are actually all of the stuff that applies, all the techniques that would apply to Google Cloud. I do realize that I am building quite a database here, so I have 241 techniques now. And as I went through the actual questions that we're supposed to answer right here, I got selection happy basically. When we get to the bottom right here, they literally only have 2 questions. And one of them is how many techniques are attributed to APT33? And then upon applying the IaaS infrastructure as a service platform filter, how many techniques are under the discovery tactic? So first, and this is the discovery tactic right here. So first, I'm going to deselect everything, and then I'm going to go back and search for APT33. And so it says how many MITRE techniques are attributed to APT33. And so right here, it actually says 0. That doesn't make sense here. So let's see what else we can find. Okay, so here's the issue that we're running across here. So there are no techniques associated with APT33. As I search for it, you can see that there's nothing here. There's a couple of threat groups, and this is one right here. So I guess I'll just do that. And then associated with that, we can now go up here, and then we can see that there is 31 techniques that are associated with that specific threat group. So there was nothing listed under techniques, but there is a bunch of stuff listed under the threat group. And then so if we do a little bit of color coding, where was it? Color coding right here. There we go. These are the different categories that it actually falls under. So you can kind of see what's up over here. So the answer, from what I understand, is 31. So that's going to be our answer. And we'll do 31. There we go. And upon applying the IaaS platform filter, how many techniques are under that? So we're going to deselect, and then, oh crap, I forgot to. So I'll select and then remove the color coding. There we go. Now deselect, and then let's do IaaS. There we go. And that is our stuff. So now what we need to do is, as a platform filter, how many techniques are under the discovery tactic? Oh, you know what? I think I was supposed to actually be under APT33 over here and add APT33, and then go over here under our platform filter and choose only IaaS. So I'm going to deselect all of this stuff. Come on. Okay, let me zoom out then. I'm going to deselect all of this stuff, and I'm going to leave only IaaS. And there we go. And so there is that. And so the answer now says, how many techniques are under the discovery tactic right here? And right here it says 14. So let's see if that's the right answer. It's not. Okay, so let's go to the section for network sniffing. Okay, so upon a little bit of Googling, I found out that this is actually the right way to do it. So what we did here is right. The process is you go here, you deselect everything, and you only leave IaaS, and you don't want to have any other options selected, so no groups or techniques or anything selected. And you're looking for the number of techniques under discovery. Now the number of techniques under discovery in our case are 14, because we are using an updated database. But the actual answer, apparently, is 13. So at the time that they created this lab, there was only 13 techniques under the discovery tactic, and now there are 14, which is actually a great example. It's a great case study or proof of concept that the world of cybersecurity is constantly advancing. So there was a new one that was added to this by the time that they made this thing, which I don't know when they made this, but since they made this room, there was a new technique that was added to the discovery platform or the discovery category. So Now we can move on to the DREAD framework. The DREAD framework, it's a risk assessment model developed by Microsoft to evaluate and prioritize security threats. It stands for damage, reproducibility, exploitability, affected users, and discoverability. So the damage is the potential harm that could result from the successful exploitation. So pretty straightforward. This includes data loss, system downtime, reputational damage, basically any kind of damage. Reproducibility is the ease with which an attacker can successfully recreate the exploitation of a vulnerability. A higher reproducibility score suggests that the vulnerability is straightforward to abuse, posing a greater risk. The exploitability is the difficulty level involved in exploiting the vulnerability, considering factors such as technical skills required, availability of tools or exploits, and the amount of time it would take to exploit the vulnerability successfully. Then you have the affected users, the number or portion of users impacted once the vulnerability has been exploited. And then you have discoverability, the ease with which an attacker can find and identify the vulnerability, considering whether it's publicly known or how difficult it is to discover based on the exposure of the assets, publicly reachable or in a regulated environment. So damage, reproducibility, exploitability, affected users, discoverability. So this is it. And if you want to kind of look at it simply, right? Damage. How bad would the attack be? How easy is it to reproduce? How much work does it take to launch it? How many people will be impacted? And how easy is it to discover the vulnerability? The guidelines are to establish a standardized set of guidelines and definitions for each DREAD category that provides a consistent understanding of how to rate vulnerabilities, encourage collaboration and discussion among multiple teams, and use the DREAD framework with other risk assessment methodologies like MITRE, for example, and regularly review and update the chosen methods and techniques to ensure that they remain relevant and aligned with the organization's needs. When you follow these things, organizations can reduce the subjective nature of the framework and improve the accuracy and reliability of the risk assessment. You have a qualitative analysis that you can get with the DREAD framework, and it's typically used for qualitative, not quantitative, so quality versus quantity, rating each category from 1 to 10 based on a subjective assessment and interpretation of the questions above. The average score of the criteria will calculate the overall DREAD risk rating, and these are the scores right here that we can see. So damage, reproducibility, whatever, exploitability, affected users, discoverability. So you have the lower end of the spectrum, the middle, higher, and then the highest. So complete data leak, users with public exploits can successfully reproduce the exploit. Reliable Metasploit module exists. Look at that. They use Metasploit, obviously. And Metasploit is like one of those things, man. Like, if an exploit for your system exists on Metasploit, it's terrifyingly easy to exploit your freaking system. All the users are affected, and almost all known scanning tools can find a vulnerability. So this is what a level 10 would be for all of these different categories right here. So to get, given that guideline, we can assess some known vulnerabilities in the application. Below it is an example of scoring provided for each vulnerability. So the unauthenticated remote execution, the overall score is 8, and these are the individual scores right here. The insecure direct object references, so EDOR, we did an EDOR example in the intro of our last video, and in user profiles. So if you can do EDOR and user profiles, which is exactly what we did in the last video actually, this is what the overall ranking is, the score, and then the damage and so on and so forth, the various individual rankings. And then you have server misconfiguration leading to information disclosure. The overall ranking is 5, and then this is the individual category rankings. So what's left is to prioritize the vulnerabilities based on their score and apply mitigations to secure the application. So what DREAD component assesses the potential harm from successfully exploiting a vulnerability? And that is damage, the damage that's done. What dread component evaluates how others can easily find and identify the vulnerability? And that's discoverability. Which dread component considers the number of impacted users? And that would be, I think it's called affected users. Affected users. And there we go. So we got the dread framework in the bag. So let's talk about the stride framework. What is the stride framework? And we have a site that's available here. So let's look at the stride framework, and then we'll go through. Oh, I feel like this is, it's like it's running a timer right there. So I probably didn't want. Maybe I need to exit the split view for now. Um, so so let's look at, this is a pretty long one. Holy shit. Here we go. So the STRIDE framework is a threat modeling methodology also developed by Microsoft. So it's looking at potential security threats in software development and system design. The STRIDE is based on 6 categories. So spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privileges. And these are the policies that are violated for each one of these categories. And unauthorized access or impersonation of a user, unauthorized modification or manipulation of data, ability to deny having acted, typically due to insufficient auditing or logging, unauthorized access to sensitive information, disruption of the availability, preventing legitimate users from accessing it, unauthorized elevation of access privileges, allowing threat actors to perform unintended action. As you can see, the table above also provides what component of the CIA triad is violated, so we already saw that. By analyzing these 6 categories, organizations can proactively identify and address potential vulnerabilities in their systems and overall security posture. To understand the framework better, we can go deeper into it. So spoofing would be sending an email as another user, creating a phishing website mimicking a legitimate one to harvest credentials. Tampering is updating the password of another user, installing system-wide backdoors using elevated access. Repudiation, denying unauthorized money transfer transactions wherein the system lacks auditing, or denying sending an offensive message to another person wherein the system lacks proof of receiving one. Information disclosure, unauthenticated access to misconfigured database that contains sensitive info. Accessing public cloud storage that handles sensitive documents. Denial of service, flooding a web server with many requests, overwhelming the resources and making it unavailable. Deploying a ransomware that encrypts all system data and prevents other systems from accessing the resources. Elevation of privileges would be creating a regular user but being able to access administrator console, or gaining local admin privileges on a machine by abusing unpatched systems. The examples above illustrate various scenarios in which the categories can occur, emphasizing the importance of implementing robust security measures. Typical representation of results would be this, right? So sending a spoofed email wherein the mail gateway lacks email security and logging configuration goes under spoofing and repudiation. Flooding a web server goes under denial of service. Abusing SQL injection would be tampering, as well as information disclosure. Accessing public cloud storage is information disclosure. Exploiting a local privilege escalation vulnerability would be a tampering, right? So threat modeling with STRIDE. System decomposition, break down all accounted systems into components such as applications, networks, and data flows. Understand the architecture, trust boundaries, and potential attack surfaces. Apply STRIDE categories for each component. Analyze its exposure to the 6 STRIDE threat categories, identify potential threats and vulnerabilities. Threat assessment, evaluate the impact and likelihood of each identified threat, consider the potential consequences and ease of exploitation. Develop countermeasures, so design and implement security controls to address identified threats for each STRIDE category. Validation and verification, test the effectiveness of the implemented countermeasures to ensure that they effectively mitigate the identified threats. Conduct penetration testing, I love that freaking phrase. Code reviews, security audits. Continuous improvement, regularly review and update the threat model as the system evolves. And this is a freaking common phrase that we hear all the time. in this room. It's continuous monitoring, continuous improvement. This is going to be a theme of all security engineering. It's continuous. It's continuous. It's not a do it once. You do it all the time. Okay? All right, so here's the application. To apply the concepts, let's simulate a scenario where we're in the where we can use the Stride framework. So your e-commerce company is in the process of designing new payment processing. To ensure that its security and minimize the risk of compromise, you are tasked to conduct a threat modeling exercise using Stride. All your assets are stored in a secure cloud infrastructure developed by the architect. As the leader of this, you will be working with different teams to create a thorough threat modeling plan. Together, you aim to identify potential security threats and protect your payment processing system, ensuring the safety of the customer info. As a guide, here are the roles and responsibilities. So we have the development team, system architecture team, security team, business stakeholder team, and network infrastructure team. Development team responsible for building systems and applications. System architecture responsible for designing the overall architecture of the cloud services. Security team provide expertise on threats, vulnerabilities, and risk mitigation. Provide business stakeholder, provide valuable input on critical assets, business processes, ensures alignment between the initiative and the organization's strategic goals, and network infrastructure manages the organization's infrastructure, including servers and critical systems. So we're going to click on the view site and work on this. What foundational information security concept does the Stride framework build upon? I don't know if that's a part of the task. So the task is going to get the flag from the modeling exercise. So first we're going to answer the questions from the content here. So what foundational information security concept does the Stride framework build upon? That would be the CIA triad, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. What policy does information disclosure violate? And we can see that up here. So information disclosure violates confidentiality. So I'm just going to copy paste that down here. And which Stride component involves unauthorized modification or manipulation of data? And I want to say that's that was tampering. So let's type that one in. Which Stride component refers to the disruption of this? That is denial of service, baby. And so, okay, so provide the flag for the simulated threat modeling exercise. So now we can open this thing. I don't know what that clock was that was running down. That was making me nervous. So here we go. So, okay, the clock is reset. Let's enter this thing. You're already late. It's 11 a.m. Okay, fine. That's what that was. You must finish meetings with different teams before submitting the threat modeling plan at 5 p.m. You will find appropriate employees between 11 to 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is the time you need to work on your presentation. Keep an eye on the timer as you have to create your presentation at 4 p.m. and submit at 5 p.m. Navigate around the office by clicking the left and right arrows. In case you go to the wrong room, cafe or CEO room, an hour will be added to your time. Jesus. Okay, so software development. All right, so let's go in here. Development room. Can you provide an overview of the application structure, registration, authentication, user dashboard, search functionality, and payment? So we have the following features. Great. Got it. I'll coordinate with the other teams to understand more about this. Thank you for your insights. Moving on. So that's system architecture. I think that's what it was. They already added an hour to my shit. Jesus Christ. Wait. That's a different room. Yeah, okay. So system architect, how can you provide an overview of this? So Amazon EC2, RDS relational database, Amazon S3, that's great. We'll also plan Elastic Load Balancer to handle the traffic distribution, but they're still in the works. Great, thank you so much. It's now 1 o'clock. So information security. Can you help identify potential threats and vulnerabilities? DDoS, distributed denial of service, SQL injection, brute forcing of credentials, enumeration of exposed assets. In addition, network can be infiltrated with phishing attacks containing malicious payloads that may affect the employee workstations. Okay, very good. Strategic planning. What is the critical assets? Personal and financial data, security, transaction processing, ensure the availability and integrity. Very good. Thank you for the insight. It's already 3 o'clock. This is ridiculous. How's this working? Can you provide information, so on and so forth? Fine. Database service, firewalls, mail servers, file servers. Great. We're still working on this. In addition, most of the workstations are use Windows 10, and we're pushing to have an automated way of pushing security updates. Great. Thank you. It's already 4. I need to finish the plan. Prepare presentation. Okay. Okay. It's like stressful, bro. Insecure web application search functionality leading to SQL injection. That would be tampering. You know what? We also have this over here that we can look at a little bit. So SQL injection abusing would be tampering and information disclosure. So we'll do both of these right here. Okay. Insecure AWS infrastructure without load balancers. That would be a denial of service. Yeah, I think that would be the main one. Mail server with no logging enabled. So spoofed email would be spoofing and repudiation. And unpatched employee workstations. Let's see. Unpatched employee workstations. I think that falls under the exploiting local privilege escalation due to a lack of system updates and modifying system configuration. So we will do tampering and elevation of privileges and submit. Just another day at work. Let me check my emails before doing other tasks. Security breach. Let's open this thing. Jesus. Security breach incident notification. We've detected a security breach involving the EC2, RDS, and S3 services. In addition, the e-commerce platform's accessibility to the public is affected due to denial of service. Immediate actions are being taken to secure transactions and ensure service availability. So you have the security team. Okay, so let's continue. There's something wrong with the threat modeling plan. You need to review and apply necessary changes. Okay, Stride components. Insecure web application search functionality leading to SQL injection. I'm going to say this as well as, so what was it that we chose earlier? SQL injection was tampering and information disclosure leading to SQL injection. I'm still going to keep this. I'm still going to keep these two. So that one's fine. Insecure AWS infrastructure without load balancers. That would be denial of service. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Mail server with no logging. So that would be spoofing as well as repudiation. I think maybe it was the last one that was unpatched employee workstations, and that could be tampering. Yeah, so let's try that. Just another day, open, and we have detected security breach involving the AWS EC2, RDS, and S3 services. In addition, e-commerce platforms' accessibility to the public is affected due to the denial of service attack on our cloud infrastructure. What do you mean? Immediate actions are to be taken. Okay, let's start this one more time. So, okay, that's fine. I'm going to try to figure this out. Okay, that's what it was. So the S3 server was a combination of these things. So it was the flooding the web server with the load balancer and accessing public cloud storage with Amazon S3 and Azure Blob. So it was information disclosure and denial of service. That's what it was. I should have paid better attention to the actual email that I was getting. And there's our flag, baby. So here we go. We are done with that one. So let's go look at Pasta. And that one has a site attached to it too. So let's look at the Pasta framework. The Pasta, or Process for Attack Simulation and Threat Analysis, is a structured, risk-centric threat modeling framework designed to help organizations identify and evaluate security threats and vulnerabilities within their systems, applications, or infrastructure. Pasta provides a systematic 7-step process that enables security teams to understand potential attack scenarios better, assess the likelihood and impact of the threats, and prioritize remediation efforts accordingly. This framework was created by Tony Usedaveles and Marco Morana. They introduced the PASTA framework in their book Risk-Centric Threat Modeling Process for Attack Simulation and Threat Analysis. And 7-step methodology looks like this. So we have define the objective, establish the scope of the threat modeling exercise, define the technical scope, so inventory of assets such as hardware, software, data, and understanding the architecture, dependency, and data flow. Decompose the application, so break down the system into the components, identifying entry points, trust boundaries, and potential attack surfaces. It includes mapping out data flows and understanding user roles. Analyze the threats, so identify potential threats to the system by considering various threat sources such as external attackers, insider threats, accidental exposures, so on and so forth. Vulnerabilities and weaknesses analysis, so analyze the system for existing vulnerabilities such as misconfigurations, software bugs, unpatched systems that an attacker could exploit, and vulnerability assessment tools and techniques such as static and dynamic code analysis, penetration testing can be done here. Analyze the attack, simulate potential attack scenarios, and evaluate the likelihood and impact of each threat. It helps determine the risk level associated with each threat, allowing prioritization of the most significant risk. And then risk and impact analysis, so develop and implement appropriate security controls and countermeasures to attack the identified risks, such as updating software or applying patches or implementing access control. The chosen countermeasures should be aligned with the risk tolerance and security objectives. The PASTA methodology guidelines. So define the objective, set clear and realistic objectives for threat modeling, identify relevant compliance requirements, define the technical scope, identify all critical assets like systems, applications that handle sensitive data, develop a thorough understanding of the system architecture, including data flows, decompose the application, break down the system into manageable components, identify and document each component's possible entry points, trust boundaries, attack surfaces, data flows, and user flows, analyze the threats, research and list potential threats from various sources such as external attackers, insider threats, and accidental exposures, leverage threat intelligence feeds and industry best practices to stay updated on emerging threats, vulnerabilities and weakness analysis, combination of tools and techniques such as static and dynamic code analysis, vulnerability scanning, pen testing, identify potential weaknesses in the system, keep track of known vulnerabilities and ensure they are addressed promptly, analyze the attack, develop realistic attack scenarios and simulate them, which is kind of like a pen test, create a blueprint of the scenarios via attack trees, and ensure that all cases are covered and aligned with the objective of the exercise, and then risk and impact analysis. So assess the likelihood and impact of each identified threat and prioritize risks based on the overall severity. Determine the most effective and cost-efficient countermeasures for the identified risk, considering the organization's risk tolerance and security objectives. So these guidelines provide a foundation for effectively using PASTA framework, 7-step methodology. However, adapting and customizing the approach according to organization unique needs are crucial. Benefits are this is adaptable to unique objectives and help organizations align with compliance by systematically identifying and addressing security risks while ensuring proper security controls. Other frameworks, PASTA fosters collaboration between stakeholders, developers, architects, security professionals, promoting a shared understanding of security risks. The PASTA methodology helps organizations meet compliance requirements by systematically identifying and addressing security risks, ensuring that appropriate security controls are in place. And finally, the primary reason to use PASTA is the comprehensive and systematic process, ensuring a thorough analysis of the entire landscape. Organizations can proactively address security risks by employing PASTA, tailoring the 7-step methodology to the unique needs, and maintaining a solid security posture. The application of the PASTA framework, we're going to now use it as a simulation. So we have a few teams here. We're using an online banking platform catering to many users across the Asia Pacific region. To ensure resiliency, we are tasked to conduct a threat modeling exercise using the POSIT framework. As the leader of the initiative, you will be working with different teams to create a thorough threat modeling plan. We are going to identify potential security threats and protect the online banking platform, ensuring the safety of the customer information. So these are the roles that we got here. We got the development team, the architecture team, security team, and the business stakeholder team. And then we got to go and capture that flag at the end. So in which step of the framework do you break down the system into its components? And that is the, decompose the application part. There we go. During which step of the POSIT framework do you simulate potential attack scenarios? And that would be analyze the attack. So develop the realistic attack scenarios and simulate them. So that would be analyze the attack. They spell analyze incorrectly, which is just hilarious to me. In which step of the POSIT framework do you create an inventory of assets? I'm just going to copy and paste this thing because this is, sometimes they misspell things. Define the technical scope, And so now let's look at the threat modeling exercise here. Try to capture this flag. Oh, same thing. Is this it? No, it's not. It's just a different framework. So same type of a scenario. So I need to work with someone who can define the objectives of our threat to identify the critical assets. So CEO's room. You're not allowed to enter this room. Get out. An hour has been added. Okay. What the fuck? That's rude. Information security. You went to the wrong resource. An hour has been added. You know what, bro? I'm going to restart this because I didn't read those initial instructions and I feel like I need to read those freaking initial instructions. So let's see if I can restart this thing. Okay, here we go. What are the instructions? You're already late. Fine. You must finish the meetings with teams. Okay. Okay. In case you go to the wrong room, the cafe or the CEO room, an hour will be added to your time, resulting in a late submission. And so these are the teams that I get to use, I guess. So I get development team, system architecture, security, and business stakeholder. So got it. Strategic planning. I think I can go in here, right? Okay, great. Jesus. Yeah, business stakeholder, team room. Okay. So, hey, I'm currently working on a threat modeling plan. I want to ask for your expertise. What's up? What are the critical assets? Our top priorities are to protect our customer personal financial data, secure the transaction processing systems, and ensure the availability and integrity of the online banking services. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I don't know much about infrastructure. I need someone who can help define their infrastructure. Can't go to the CEO's room. Established that already. Network infrastructure. Can we go in here? I think I can go in here. No one is here. Okay, that's fine. Just don't kick me out. Software development, the development team. We can definitely talk to these guys. I went to the wrong room. What? Cafe, definitely not. System architecture. We can talk to these guys. Can you provide an overview of the application structure? So Amazon EC2, RDS, Amazon S3, Elastic Load Balancer, and data flows. Can you expand further? We utilize Amazon S3 for storing static assets and files such as customer profile, pictures, document uploads, EC2 for hosting microservices via virtual machines, and RDS for storing customer data. Okay, thank you so much. Now we need to find out the online banking. So network infrastructure, I don't know if I can talk to these guys, and it's going to be 4 o'clock. System architecture, we already talked to them. Information security, we can talk to these guys. Oh, I can't talk to these guys either. Ugh, golly. Okay, let's see what I can find here. Okay, so I had to visit these things in a certain order. So once you have the first two, you get to go to the security person's room. External attackers can break in using brute force, SQL injection, cross-site scripting, distributed denial of service. In addition, insecure configurations such as exposed public buckets. Now, based on these potential attacks, what can we do to mitigate them? We can implement account lockouts after several attempts. SQL injection can be mitigated by using secure coding. For cross-site scripting, we need to ensure data output is correctly encoded, and to counter DDoS, we can use services that automatically protect against such threats and plan for scaling to handle the increased load. We need to harden all AWS services and limit accessibility of each one. Okay, almost done. The last thing I need is someone to provide potential impact of the identified risks. And I need to restart my freaking thing. Okay. Golly. Oh my god. I had to visit the strategic planning room twice so that they could tell me what the potential impact of everything is. You have to pick everything in order. Uh, I mean, I'm not gonna redo that again. I'm sorry. You can you can probably Google the order of this room. Um, Actually, I think I'll just in the edit I'll just save that last round that I did so that you can just see the order of which I picked them. I think that's the better way to do it. So you will have seen it in the edit. Let's finalize the plan based on the discussion. So hopefully we can get this in the right right order here. What should be the top priority for the online banking platform as mentioned by the business analyst? Maximize profits? No. Protect customer personal data? Yeah. There we go. Protect data. That seems to be good. According to the system architect, what are the primary technical assets of the online banking system? Office, no. Amazon EC2, yes. That sounds good. What components of the application did the lead developer highlight during the decompose the application phase? I'm just going to do that. That seems to be good. According to the security engineer, which type of threat is not considered for the online banking platform? Which one is not considered? Brute forcing is. SQL injection is. I believe so. Social engineering is not. Okay. Which vulnerability was mentioned by the security engineer as a potential issue for the online banking platform? Uh, Misconfigurations, unpatched systems, lack of multi-factor authentication. I should have paid attention. I'm gonna say misconfigurations. Whoo! According to the security engineer, which mitigation strategy does match the identified threats? Cross-site request forgery, account lockouts. Yep. In the risk and impact analysis phase, what potential consequence of a successful attack was mentioned by the business analyst? Okay, let's hope that this is good. Oh yeah, here's the flag. Holy cow. I did not like that exercise, yo. I did not pay attention, mostly because I wasn't paying attention to the prompts that were popping up to see what room I was supposed to go into next. So the last round, I kind of figured it out. It's so amazing the things that you can figure out by just paying attention to what the fuck is going on. Excuse my French here. But that was it, buddy. That was the end of the threat modeling room. So let's jump into this conclusion real quick, and we can bounce. So we went through the MITRE attack framework, unlike Dread and Stride, which focuses on potential risk and vulnerabilities. Attack provides a practical and hands-on approach by mapping adversary tactics. Dread is more numerical and calculated approach to threat analysis than Stride or MITRE ATT&CK, making it excellent for clearly prioritizing threats. Stride uh, shines in its structure and methodology, allowing for a systematic review of threats specific to software systems. And then you have PASTA, which is for aligning threat modeling with business objectives. Unlike other frameworks, PASTA integrates business context, making it a more holistic and adaptable choice for organizations. Um, in general, all three significantly aid in reducing risk in an organization by enhancing threat awareness, prioritizing risk mitigation, and continuous improvement and adaptation. They have their unique strengths in threat modeling, but you gotta kind of, I would say you gotta know which one to lead with, but you probably want to use all of them. In my opinion, it's just good to understand all of them. Now that we've completed it, we can go to Atomic Red Team and Caldera, which has not been released yet, to practice emulating threats. So let's see what's inside the Atomic Red Team room. I know I haven't done this one, but this is a challenge. Atomic Red Team. I am not going to do this one in this video. We'll probably dedicate an entire video just to that one. But we are done officially with our threat modeling room. So I very much hope that you actually got value from this video, and if you are studying for your security analyst, security engineer, pen test plus, ethical hacker, or any other certification that has to do with cybersecurity, I would recommend and almost insist that you like and subscribe and turn on that notification bell, because everything that we talk about on this channel has to do with ethical hacking, cybersecurity, so on and so forth. So it'll be directly applicable to your certification exams as well as your day-to-day tasks and your job that you would do as a security engineer or cybersecurity analyst, so on and so forth. So it would be very useful to you, in my opinion. And if you have any questions or anything like that, you can drop them in the comment section below, and I will go ahead and respond. And if it's a juicy enough question, I'll make a video just about your comment, which I did recently. Somebody wanted to know about the dark web, and I made a video about the dark web, which is also live and available on the channel if you want to go check it out. Apart from that, it would just be really awesome to have you as a part of our community. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. I'll see you in the next room. Later. Alright, what's going on? It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, and we are continuing down our security engineer pathway. We are currently on day 7, I want to say. So we're on day 7, episode 7, which is risk management. And this is part of the threats and risks module of the security engineer pathway of TryHackMe. And the outline for this one looks like this. So we have obviously the intro, we have basic terminology, risk assessment methodologies, frame risk, assess risk, risk analysis, respond to risk, monitor risk, supply chain risk management, and then putting it all together. And we got a couple of exercises sprinkled through this whole thing. And all of this is going to be time-stamped in the description below. So if you want to skip to anything, you can find that in the description, or if you just want to focus on a specific part, whatever, it's all going to be available in the timestamps below. If you are studying for your security engineer or security analyst or Pentest Plus ethical hacker, any of those certifications, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. We already have a full playlist dedicated to the SOC Level 1 pathway, and that falls under the security analyst, junior security analyst education. So you can use all of that information for your CYSA or security analyst certification exams, and they're actually very, very good videos. I've taken my CYSA Plus examination with CompTIA, and I can testify that those videos are actually useful. The content in those videos are legit, and you can use that content to prepare you for your examination and your certification exams. I would say they go hand in hand with whatever book or class that you're taking, and it's just a really, really great way to make sure that you have a complete, holistic, comprehensive type of an education. And then their second part is that you actually are going to end up using a lot of these things on your day-to-day job as a cybersecurity analyst or security engineer. And the tools that we use here, you get real live exercises here and demonstrations of how to use these tools, and we go from basics to advanced tactics, and we respond to incidents, and we catch live attacks, and there's a lot of stuff that you will see on this channel that are going to be very, very useful to you. And I don't just say that just to say it. Honestly, I started this channel because of the fact that I wanted to learn about these things and have reference points that I can come back to for myself. And it just so happens that we have a community around it, and there are other people that like these videos as well, and now it's turned into this whole thing. So would love to have you as a part of the community, and I think you'll get a lot of value from it. All right, that being said, let's jump into the intro of the risk management room. So when you kind of go through everything that you go through, you need to think, what if something happens, and you need to manage that risk. So this is it's not all encompassing, but it's one of those things that it actually happens in a lot of different ways. Risks happen in a lot of different ways. There are a lot of different types of risks, and it's not just something that could be a vulnerability that happens to your organization by somebody attacking you. It could be as simply as spilling a cup of coffee all over your desk, right? So that's technically a risk. So what if the coffee spills on your desk and gets on your keyboard? And so enjoy the coffee before you finish the task, drink the coffee while doing your task. You decide you can't work without coffee, so you visit a nearby computer and you get yourself a keyboard protector and all of this stuff. These are all different types of things that you can be dealing with to manage the risk, right? The risk is coffee spills on the keyboard. There's different ways that you can manage that risk, and this applies with every other risk that's going on inside the organization as well. So every activity entails some level of risk. In layman's terms, or layperson's terms to be politically correct, the risk is the possibility that something unwanted or harmful might happen due to an action or an event or something, right? And this doesn't require any formal study of risk management, but there are 3 routes exploring above that we can be valid responses to the risk. If you decide not to bring coffee anywhere near your desk, that would be avoiding the risk. Drinking coffee while working with full knowledge of what could happen, that would be risk acceptance. And then finally would be upgrading the keyboard, would be risk reduction. So reducing the possibility that the risk could impact you. Insurance could be a version of risk acceptance, right? You accept the risk, but you bought insurance to kind of make sure that nothing really happens. And so if something does happen, at least you're covered, right? Avoidance would be don't drive ever, and you'll never worry about getting into a car accident. You know what I mean? Risk reduction would be, 10 and 2, pay attention to everything, don't talk on the phone, all this different kind of stuff that could fall under reduction. Technically, insurance could also fall under reduction too, but that's a debate that people could use. So responses to risk will be explored and discussed in this section. So we're going to go into the details about it, identifying, assessing, and responding. And there are some prerequisites. We already did the security governance and regulation video, and we've already done threat modeling as well. So both of those are available on this specific playlist, and you can go check those out. They were a part of our threats and risks module. They were the first 2 videos that we did. So it would be episodes 5 and 6, I believe, because we're on episode 7 right now. And these are some of our objectives. So vulnerability, threat, and risk. What are they? Information system risk management processes, the frame, assess, respond, and monitor, and then how to respond to a risk. We're going to be talking about all of that stuff. So here's some questions here. We got, you have registered to attend a local workshop about offensive cybersecurity tools. The workshop requires the attendees to bring their own laptops. This workshop is critical for you, and you want to get the most out of it. Your laptop is good and reliable. However, as with any electronic device, there's always a chance that no matter how minuscule the chance might be, that something might go wrong and it would fail. So you decide to carry an extra laptop. If your main laptop fails, the second laptop will be ready. What would you call this response to a risk? So could it be avoidance, acceptance, or reduction? I'm going to say if we have a secondary laptop, we could probably say that this would be a risk reduction. So let's see if that's true. That is true. Okay. So you think your laptop has never failed before and the chances of failing are too slim. So you decide not to take any extra actions. This would be accepting the risk. So we've accepted the risk. So that is our intro to risk management. So let's look at basic terminology here. So these are some of our basic terms. We have a threat, a vulnerability, an asset, the risk, and then the management, or RM, so risk management. Threat is an intentional or accidental event that can compromise the security of an information system. It could be hacking, phishing attacks, human error, natural disasters. That's all threats. Vulnerability is a software, hardware, network weakness. So the weakness is the vulnerability, and it can be exploited, right? So you exploit vulnerabilities. They go hand in hand. You find a vulnerability, and then for that vulnerability, now you need to find an exploit to be able to exploit that vulnerability. That's if you're on the offensive security side. If you're on the defensive security, you find the vulnerability and you need to mitigate or patch it or upgrade whatever it is. You need to prepare in case somebody wants to attack that vulnerability. The asset is the resource or the component, whether it's tangible, meaning a physical resource, or intangible, meaning logical, like a piece of data that's in the cloud or something like that, that the organization relies upon to achieve the objectives. That's the asset. The risk is the probability of the threat being exploited on a vulnerability, right? So the threat exploiting a vulnerability is your overall risk. A risk combines these things, and the risk is usually the asset. So what is the risk that the asset is under? Meaning, what's the probability that whatever vulnerability is existing against this asset could be exploited, and that would be a risk. And then the management is identifying and assessing and mitigating the risk to maintain acceptable levels. And so this is what our threat is. So we have human-made threats here, which is terrorism, wars and conflict, riots and civil unrest, cyber attacks, industrial accidents, arson, and it could just also be human error. Like a human making a mistake could also fall under a threat that is a human-made threat. Then you have technical threats. So power outage, software and hardware failures, data breaches, network and system vulnerabilities, and the malfunctions of the equipment. These are all technical threats. A power outage can halt an entire company without a backup power source. A failed power supply means the whole server is down unless another backup power supply is on standby, and any of these technical threats can prevent business processes from moving forward. So considering each of these threats is a must in any risk analysis scenario. Then you have natural threats. So these are threats caused by natural events or phenomena. So that could be an earthquake or a flood or a hurricane, something like that, right? Then you have your vulnerability, which is, again, it's the weakness in the system or the software that can be exploited by a threat to cause harm. And it could be your building it's on an earthquake fault line, or your building is right on the edge of the coast or something, and something happens and the weather goes nuts and your building gets flooded, and your server room is on the bottom floor. So if it gets flooded, the server room, or maybe worse, it's in the basement, and as soon as the water comes, literally the entire basement gets flooded, and now you're SOL. So that's kind of what that means. It's the weakness, and it could be a system, it could be a software, it could be the weakness of the building, it could be a lot of different things. So a weakness can be exploited by malicious individuals, groups, or external factors to gain unauthorized access, cause damage, or compromise the integrity, availability, or confidentiality, the CIA triad. of a system, data, or network. It can arise from software bugs, misconfigurations, or outdated security. It can arise from anything. Vulnerabilities are all over the place. The asset is an economic resource owned and controlled by the entity, so it could be individual, company, or government. Typically has the potential to provide some future benefit. That's why it's called an asset, and it could be cash, it could be cash equivalents, it could be investments, it could be account receivables, meaning money that's owed to you. It could be investments, stock, equipment, real estate, intellectual property. Human beings could be an asset. In the context of InfoSec, information systems, an asset in information systems refers to any valuable resource or component that an organization relies upon to achieve the objectives that it has. Some of these could be hardware, so servers, workstations, routers, switches, firewall, anything like that. Software, so it could be the OS, applications, databases, server, any of that stuff. It could be virtual servers, you know what I mean? Then you have data, so the organizational data, and it could be such as the customer record, financial data, intellectual property, personal data of employees. It could be documentation, manuals, and policy documents. Documentation could very much be a version of an asset. So then you have the risk. So the risk is the probability or possibility of a threat source exploiting the vulnerability. So a threat exploiting a vulnerability equals to risk. So you have the threat, the vulnerability, and the asset, and then combined, that would be the risk that is in the middle right there. Then you have the threat and the vulnerability, and then you could have the risk right there as well. So it could be obviously different variations, as you can see over here. Risk management is literally identifying the threat and the vulnerability, identifying the assets involved, identifying potential exploits, assessing your situation, responding to the risk, ideally in advance, and not responding to an incident that would kind of be after the fact. So you're responding to the risk in advance with a particular situation or activity, and it would be identifying potential risk, assessing their likelihood and impact, evaluating possible solutions, and implementing the chosen solutions to limit or mitigate risk. It also involves monitoring and assessing the effectiveness of the solutions put in place. Risk management policy is a set of procedures and processes designed to minimize the chances of an adverse event or outcome for an organization. It helps organizations identify, assess, and manage potential and actual risk related to their operations, financial activities, and compliance with applicable laws and regulations. The policy provides guidance on identifying and assessing risk, as well as assigning tasks and responsibilities to those involved in managing them. There's a lot of words, but basically it's a set of policies and procedures designed to minimize the chances of something actually happening. And it's good to have these things in advance so that in case something does happen, you know what's going on. And it's very similar to an incident response checklist. But in this case, this is happening in advance before any kind of threat or anything takes place. And it's meant to stay ahead of the hackers and the attackers. You want to kind of stay at least the 1 or 2 steps ahead of them. Information system risk management is a system of policies, procedures, and practices. Same thing, but now it's going towards the information system specifically and your systems that you have. Identifying threats, assessing probability of their occurrence, same thing. It's literally the same thing because it's risk management, but you're going specifically towards your information systems and the data and the technical aspects and everything that has to do with your information systems. And now we have our questions here. So what do you call the potential for a loss or an incident that may harm the confidentiality, so on and so forth? And that's our risk. What do you call a weakness an attacker could exploit? And the weakness, just the word itself, is basically that hint for us. So that's the vulnerability. What do you consider a business laptop? That's an asset to the business. And ransomware has become a lucrative business from the perspective of legal business. How do you classify ransomware groups? Oh, you know what? A threat? Threat? Yeah, there you go. It's a threat. A ransomware group is the threat. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so moving on to risk assessment methodologies. So we got the NIST SP 830 Facilitated Risk Analysis Process, which is FRAP, or Operationally Critical Threat Asset Vulnerability Evaluation, which is Octave. I feel like these things have been named this way just so they can have an acronym. There are so many freaking acronyms. And then we have the Failure Modes and Effect Analysis, which is not really a good acronym. So these are the different, just for this particular task here, but I'm sure there are many more. The NIST 830, developed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and involves identifying and evaluating risk, determining the likelihood of impact, and developing a response plan. FRAP is a methodology that involves a group of stakeholders working together to identify, evaluate risk. It's meant to be more collaborative. Octave is a assessment methodology, focuses on identifying, prioritizing assets based on the criticality to the organization mission and assessing the threats and vulnerabilities. And then FMEA, we'll just call it FMEA, a methodology commonly used in engineering and manufacturing. Okay. It involves identifying potential failures for a system or process and then analyzing possible effects. So this is our, I would say it seems to be going back and forth. So all of these things seem to be intermingled. I don't think there's a specific one in mind. So monitor, assess, respond, and then you have the frame. So these are the different parts of risk management that work hand in hand. And this is based on the NIST framework 830. So frame risk. First, we must establish the context within which all the risk activity occurs. Then you want to assess it, so identify, analyze, so on and so forth. Respond to the risk, take the steps necessary to mitigate the likelihood and impact of the risk, and then monitor the risk and keep continuously monitoring. Continuous monitoring was something that we talked about in the last video a lot, and I mean, you'll see that a lot. So when it comes down to security engineering in general, or risk assessment, threats, all of that stuff, it's going to be happening continuously. Continuous monitoring is going to be happening all the time. So this is the risk management process based on the NIST SP 800-30. So what is the name of the risk management methodology developed by NIST? And it's literally right here, so I'm just going to copy paste this. There we go, and there's that. All right, so let's go look at frame risk as our next piece here. So framing the risk is getting the risk context. So framing, I guess in this sense, is also very similar to the frame through which you look at a scenario. So just trying to understand the context so you can kind of develop the proper strategy around that specific risk and the management of it. To be able to define a risk frame is to set the groundwork for managing the risk and providing limits to the decisions. Create a reasonable risk frame. You got to look at the assumptions, constraints, your tolerance, and priorities and trade-offs. So what are the assumptions about the threats and the vulnerability? What's the likelihood of their occurrence? What would be the impact and consequences? What are the constraints on assessing, responding, and monitoring the risk? What are the acceptable levels of the risk? How much of this can we tolerate? What's the acceptable degree of the uncertainty? And what is the high priority business functions? What are the trade-offs among the different types of face risks? And which system needs to be prioritized? Which asset needs to be prioritized? And what can we do in case shit hits the fan? What are some trade-offs that we can afford, right? So this is our example scenario. So consider the case where you were part of the risk management team for an accounting company, and we're going to revisit these questions right here. So we will avoid discussing risks and threats common to every company using information systems. In this example, we just want to focus on one risk, which is theft of data. So somebody stealing data. So the assumption is that this company handles the accounting data of its clients and increases the risk of being targeted by adversaries that would try to profit from stealing that data. Unless proper measures are taken, the likelihood of success is relatively high, and the impact would be disastrous for the company's image. The constraints are expected to be budget related. Safeguarding the data requires improving physical and cybersecurity, and it entails conducting cybersecurity training and hiring new personnel. The tolerance, considering the type of business, the risk of data theft can't be tolerated because pretty much it's all information based when you have an accounting business. So tolerating data theft would lead to the whole company going out of business. And the priorities and trade-offs are to maintain a trustworthy image of the company that can conduct its business with confidentiality and integrity. So that's kind of how we just look at this for four scenarios or four questions specifically, specific to the world of accounting, right? So let's move on to assessing risk. So we framed it, we understand the context of the risk. Now let's go and assess the risk. Risk assessment is the second part of the risk management process, and you're assessing the risk. You're examining the risk within the framework, the frame of the organization that you're in. The goal of risk assessment is to figure out what is the threat that you need to consider, or what are the threats that you need to consider. What are the vulnerabilities that you have to deal with? What would be the impact if the threat was exploited, or if the vulnerability was exploited by a threat? So if the threat exploited the vulnerability, and what is the likelihood of that actually happening? Various risk types exist because threats range from human beings to natural causes. So we've already listed types of threats in task 2, and these are the ones that we're going to be looking at specifically in the following examples, which is the physical damage threat and the outsider threat. So from natural causes to human-made causes, accidents can happen, and it could be water leakage, fire, power loss, or somebody being stupid and leaving the door open, or somebody spilling their coffee on something, right? So outsider threats could be anything by adversaries interested in your system. Even if your data is only valuable to you, you can still try to infect, or they can still try to infect your system with ransomware because they don't want you to have access to your data, and then they want to get money from you to give you access to your data, to give you access back to your data. Example 1 is going to be a tsunami. The company's main office is at ground level and overlooks the beach. That would make it vulnerable. I literally talked about this. I literally talked about this a few tasks ago. So you're by the beach and you're on the floor, on the ground floor, right? So it makes you vulnerable to tsunamis, and it can literally wash every single piece of equipment and paper inside the office. However, the country has never experienced a tsunami in its entire written history, and geologists state that the probability of tsunami happening is negligible. In this scenario, we have the threat, which is the tsunami. The vulnerability is the office on the seashore. The impact would be the destruction of the office equipment, and the likelihood is negligible, which I guess is a low likelihood. Example 2 has to do with an academic institution offering quality education for students via the undergraduate and graduate program. Although the faculty and the students conduct research, they are purely academic worth and can't be monetized. In other words, no entity would be interested in stealing their research. Does it make them safe? Not really. With the spread of ransomware groups, a threat actor would encrypt the data servers and try to blackmail them into paying so that they can get back access to their data. The impact of such an attack would force the university to close for a few hours or days till all data is recovered from the backup, assuming that they have a backup. Oof. Imagine if they didn't have a backup. The likelihood of being targeted is high, especially since this university is prestigious and well known. The threat would be ransomware groups. The vulnerability is the data stored on the computer systems. The impact would be disrupting the network and of the faculty and staff till the data is recovered from backup, if there is one, and the likelihood is high. So these are some examples of assessing risk. So let's go to analyzing risk analysis. We have qualitative risk analysis and we have quantitative risk analysis. Qualitative assigns ratings to the risks, and it could be such as high, medium, and low, and it can be something symbolic such as red, yellow, and green. And then quantitative is where we assign monetary value to the risk, and that could be what is used to make decisions. So qualitative risk analysis looks similar to this. We have a nice little chart here. So the probability of the risk taking place or of a threat exploiting a vulnerability, and the impact of the risk, which could be the severity of it and what can happen to the company, right? The figure below shows the matching stuff. So we have probability, so very rare and very likely. So very rare, I guess, could be rare. But so rare, unlikely, moderate, likely, very likely. And then trivial, minor, moderate, major, and extreme. So as this goes along, it gets worse. And as this goes along, it gets worse. So naturally, top left would here would be super low risk analysis or risk specifically. And then bottom right would be super high because it's extreme impact and it's very likely that it'll happen. And then you have the medium section. So this is actually a great chart. I like this chart a lot right here. Then you have quantitative risk analysis, and that's done by a formula that's done here. So we have SLE, the asset value, multiplied by EF. So SLE is the single loss expectancy, the loss incurred due to the realization of a threat represented by monetary value. So the single loss expectancy, so one loss. The asset value is the monetary value of the asset, and exposure factor is the percentage of a loss realized threat can cause to an asset. So the likelihood, right? The likelihood that that thing can actually happen multiplied by the value of the asset would end up being that single loss expectancy of one incident. So the numeric example would be this. If you have an asset that's valued at $10,000, the laptop was worth at $1,000, but the data is worth $9,000. So total, its asset value is $10,000. The expectancy, or the exposure factor is 90%. A ransomware infection would cause all the data to be unusable. So consequently, if you have the 10,000 multiplied by 90%, it ends up being a $9,000 SLE, $9,000 single loss expectancy. And the other words of it would be a ransomware infection for a work laptop would cost the company close to a $9,000 loss, assuming that there's no backup, right? And then here's the other thing, right? So if the data is worth $9,000 to the company, but it can be exploited and they could sell the data or they could sell it to your competitor or something like that, then that's probably a much bigger loss value, a single loss expectancy value. So you have an annualized loss expectancy, which is no longer a single incident. It's the annual value of this, right? So you have the ALE, which equals to the SLE, which is in this case $9,000, and then multiply that by the ARO, which is the annualized rate of occurrence. So the annualized loss expectancy is the loss company expects to lose per year due to that, and this is the annualized rate of occurrence, and it's the number of times that this happens during a year, right? So how do we calculate that? You have the same thing, $9,000, which is our SLE, the single loss expectancy. And if it happens, what? They say, based on experience, a work computer is infected with ransomware once every 2 years. Hence, the annualized rate of occurrence is 0.5. So 9,000 times 0.5 equals 4,500, and that's the annualized loss expectancy. If this was 2, meaning it happens twice a year, then that would turn to 18,000, right? So in simple terms, we expect the ransomware threat to cost us 4,500 per laptop per year unless we take proper measures to back up the data, so on and so forth. So that is our risk analysis. Now let's respond to a risk. And for this one, we have a site that we can, actually I'm going to shrink this because just in case it has a timer attached to it. So first let's go through the content here. So what are the possible responses to risks? So you can avoid the risk, transfer the risk, or share the risk. That's what insurance is actually. Mitigate the risk or reduce the risk, and then you have accept the risk. The response you choose against the risk takes into account the severity of the threat, the probability of the occurrence, and the cost of the possible countermeasure. So let's look into this in more detail. Avoidance of risk. If a company decides to eliminate the activity that leads to the risk, that would be avoiding the risk. A bank might decide that all employees' computers cannot access the internet to protect the systems against all online threats. An organization might instruct its employees to work exclusively using the workstations on its premises to prevent data from being stolen. The transference of risk might consider the company might consider the risk too high to handle, so it decides to purchase insurance. Hey, I've mentioned that multiple times. That would be transference or risk sharing. A publishing house might buy insurance against fire, for instance, right? So if the building caught on fire, everything that they have could literally go up in smoke. And so you need to buy fire insurance because you have a bunch of stuff inside your place that is made up of flammable material that is valuable, right? Mitigate the risk. A company might invest in countermeasures to reduce risk to an acceptable level, and this would be risk mitigation. To protect against computer viruses, a company might install AntiVirus on all its computers instead of blocking access to the internet and gluing the USB ports. And accepting risk, the countermeasure costs exceed the loss of the incurred risk, and so if that, or the incurred loss, it exceeds the incurred loss, and so if that's the case, they just accept the risk, right? So it's important to stress that ignoring the risk is not a valid choice. Accepting the risk is probably the only close thing to that, right? Accepting risk does not mean that the risk is ignored. It means that the risk is analyzed along with impacts and countermeasures. However, some reasons justify keeping things unchanged. One reason might be that the countermeasure is too expensive compared to the potential loss, and another reason might be that implementing a countermeasure would significantly alter the business process. So they accept the risk. Quantitative analysis would help us decide whether a specific control is justified from the business perspective. Implementing a safeguard won't make sense unless its benefit outweighs the cost. So consider again in our example of the laptop. Can we mitigate the risk? We are considering setting up antivirus on all laptops. It costs $120 per laptop annually, including the licensing and extra staff hours. We need to decide whether the countermeasure is justified from the business perspective. So you look at that and you calculate everything based on the quantity of it. And so we had what? We had the value of the safeguard, the ALE, the annual loss expectancy before the safeguard, minus after the safeguard, and then minus the cost of the safeguard. So in this case, it would be 9,000, which is our annual loss expectancy, multiplied by 0.5. That's actually how we establish what our annual loss expectancy is, because it happens every 2 years, so that's 4,500. And so that's what that is. And then once we have that, now let's calculate the ALE after the safeguard is added. So this is SLE before safeguard, ARO before safeguard. So all this we already established. So this part is actually kind of redundant and repetitive. So now we want to do ALE after the safeguard is added. So ALE after safeguard equals the SLE after safeguard multiplied by the annual rate of occurrence after the safeguard. So we need to recalculate everything, which ends up being the SLE after safeguard multiplied by the asset value and the something frequency, I think exposure frequency, I think that's what that was. So exposure factor, my bad, exposure factor. So in this case, the exposure factor is not expected to change. In other words, antivirus isn't going to change the fact that somebody might try to install ransomware. So it remains the same. So this part ends up staying the same. But then what happens is that you take the after safeguard value, the single loss expectancy after safeguard, and then multiply that by the annual rate of occurrence after the safeguard. And in that case, it's the $9,000 multiplied by 0.02, which is the thing that's being changed here. And that would be $180. And that doesn't seem right to me. The annual cost of safeguard and annual rate of occurrence, yeah, that's the ARO. So equals $180. So we already estimated that the safeguard costs $120 per year. Therefore, the value of the safeguard, which is $4,500, or excuse me, the value of the safeguard finally is the annual, the biannual, I guess, because it happens every other year. So that's the actual value, which is the annualized value of the safeguard, minus the $180, which is the ALE after safeguard. That's what the total amount of that would be, minus the $120, which is the cost of the implementation of this thing, which ends up being $4,200. So based on this, is it worth it to install the antivirus? Yeah, it probably is, because you would end up saving $4,200. You know what I mean? So from the risk analysis perspective, installing antivirus has a value benefit of $4,200. So you would end up saving that much, even though you're technically losing, spending $120, right? So it's worth it to have an antivirus. But lo and behold, who would have thunk it? So if the value of the safeguard turns out to be negative, it means that the cost of the safeguard outweighs its benefits. Consequently, it won't be justified from a business perspective. So in this case, it would be, let's say, instead of doing antivirus software, you lock up the laptop inside a vault that is being guarded by year-round security, and you have 2 security guards, and the cost of that entire thing ends up being $100,000 a year. And if that's the case, it was only $4,500 annual value of that, or annual, potential value of what might happen if something happens to that thing. So is it worth it to spend $95,500 per year to secure this thing that's only worth $4,500? No, it's not. So that's the point where you say, you know what, I'll either find other ways to mitigate this or protect against this, or I'll just accept that risk. If that was like your only option, was to hire security guards, that would be where you would accept the risk, right? So click on view site and then decide if anything is justified, and then we'll get our flag. So here's our view site, and let's look at this here. So you have 5 minutes to answer each question. Read carefully and select the correct answer. Good luck. So let's proceed. 4 minutes here. So we have laptop as the asset. If it falls, is the risk. The value is 2,000. The exposure factor is 50%. Annual rate of occurrence is 0.25. The safeguard would be a rugged laptop. The cost of the safeguard would be $1,500, and the exposure factor after safeguard is 10%. So in this case, the cost of the safeguard is $1,500. The exposure factor is 50%. Annual rate of occurrence is 0.25, which ends up being every 4 years. And so if that's the case, I don't think this is even worth it. So let's see here. Where was our original? I only have 5 minutes, so I got to do this quickly. So it's the asset value times the exposure factor. That would be the single loss expectancy. So in this case, asset value is 2,000 times exposure factor, which is 50%. So it's $1,000, and then $1,000 multiplied by 0.25% is $250. And so in that case, I'm not going to do that. So the next one is laptop malware. Asset value is 2,000. Exposure factor is 50%. Annual rate of occurrence is now 2. So if it's 50% multiplied by 2,000, that's 1,000. Annual rate of occurrence, which is 2,000. So per year, it's $2,000. And then you have the safeguard, which is an antivirus license. Cost of it is $20. And then after the safeguard, the exposure factor is 10%. So yeah, we're going to implement that. The laptop theft from the office. Asset value is 2,000. The exposure factor would be 100%, which would be the entire 2,000. The annual rate of occurrence is 0.1, which ends up making that $200. And so laptop lock and security would be cost $50. I'm definitely going to implement that. And there you go. There's our flag. So just like that, we got our flag, which is not bad. That was pretty easy. I didn't even need to do any hard math really. So there we go. So now we can close this one out, and let's move on to monitoring risk. We have assessed and responded with a proper measure. So what's next? Now we got to monitor these things, right? Many reasons dictate that we continue to monitor. The reasons could be finding and adding new risks, eliminating risks that are no longer relevant, assessing our responses to existing risks. And for the latter, which is the assessment part, I believe, so you have the effectiveness, the change, and the compliance that you need to consider. So effectiveness monitoring. Responding to an assessed risk does not mark the end of the story. A solution might be effective now, but it might be ineffective in the future. So consider following example. There's always a risk that employees might use weak passwords, which would threaten the whole network. Specific password complexity requirements are enforced to mitigate the risk. The solution should work excellently, shouldn't it? However, while monitoring the effectiveness of this measure, you might discover that many employees are resorting to writing their complex passwords on sticky notes. Jeez. Such discovery shows that the implemented control, which is the password complexity, has become ineffective because all somebody has to do is see the freaking sticky note. Without effectiveness monitoring, there is no way to discover whether a control is still effective and whether a risk is still mitigated correctly. Monitoring the change. So, change is the only constant in life, as Heraclitus said. When it comes to risk monitoring, changes might be due to one of the following: change in the business or in the systems of the business. Business change might include opening new branches, creating new positions, acquiring other companies. Any business change might introduce new risks and render whatever your current controls are invalid. The most noticeable change is the change in the information systems. Adding new equipment or migrating to new systems would introduce new risks. Consequently, monitoring such changes is necessary to assess unknown risks that have arisen. Compliance monitoring. New laws might see the light. New regulatory requirements might come into effect, and new policies might be enforced. Although the pace of change is not as fast as in other areas, there are still areas that the risk management team needs to keep an eye on and monitor. Another aspect that needs to be monitored is the audit findings. Failing to address audit findings can result in fines or stir legal action. So audits are a big deal. They're very, very important. So questions are here. You want to confirm whether the new policy enforcing laptop disk encryption is helping mitigate data breach risk. What is it that you are monitoring in this case? I think we're monitoring effectiveness in this case. You're helping an eye, or no, you're keeping an eye on new regulations and laws. What is it that you're monitoring? And I think we're monitoring change. Oh no, regulations and laws. It's probably compliance actually. There we go. We got it. All right, so moving on to supply chain risk management. So let's look at that. A supply chain is a chain of suppliers that lead to the delivery of a product. In information systems, the product can be hardware, software, or service. Consequently, the risk is as follows. So the risk associated with the hardware, depending on the importance of the target, a threat actor can add a hardware Trojan to an electronic device. As with software Trojans, the purpose is to provide unauthorized functionality. And there's actually like some instances where like really big companies actually did this. I think Sony had something like this, where the creator of sysinternals found out by running some research and scans against certain devices. I forget which ones they were, but it was something where it was like embedded into the hardware that they were like, yo, you're like trying to monitor us and track us, and there are certain things inside this hardware that like you didn't even tell us about. So risk associated with software Trojans require access to the software to plant it. In worst case scenario, the attacker would succeed in adding the Trojan directly to the source code. And risk associated with services, the risk can range from downtime to data breaches. A company must ensure that the service provider has a good security program before using its service. So you have the computer supplier, the software developer, and the email provider. And all of these guys work with an accounting firm, and then the accounting firm offers accounting services. So this is the supply chain in this case that is offering supplies to the accounting firm so that they can go ahead and render services. So this is the detailed version of this example. The accounting firm offers services such as reviewing and analyzing statements, performing audits, filing tax returns. And to do this, they need computers, accounting software, printers. They also need a way to communicate with their clients, such as email. And they bought their computers from a local shop that also offers maintenance. They got into the accounting software from a company specializing in developing and customizing accounting software. Finally, they got email service from one of the leading internet providers. And if we take a closer look at these suppliers, we notice that they include the following: hardware suppliers such as computers, software suppliers such as the accounting software, and service providers such as email. Although the accounting firm might follow perfect measures to protect the assets, the risk might creep in from one of the suppliers. Consider the case where a threat actor succeeds at installing a malicious piece of code within the accounting software, or consider the case where the email provider gets the servers breached and all confidential information is exposed. So no, that's not a good thing. So, and this is part of managing risk with a supply chain. When you have third parties selling you things or offering services to you that you use to run your business, it all falls under the supply chain. So putting all of this stuff together is going to be our final task, which includes an exercise where we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a flag. So the value of the safeguard in our exercise is going to be the annual loss exposure before the safeguard minus the annual loss exposure after the safeguard, and then the annual cost of the safeguard. This is what we need to keep in mind. So let's look at our site here and see what we're going to do. So it's a one of one element remaining. I can click on the laptop, and that's all I can click on. So let's click on the laptop. So the laptop is the asset, the theft from the office is the risk, the asset value is 2,500, the exposure factor is 100%, so the single loss exposure here is $2,500. The annual rate of occurrence is 0.05, and 0.10 would be $250, 0.05 would end up being $125. So loss value is $125. Oh, they literally have it on the screen for me. I don't even need to calculate this. So the safeguard would be the laptop lock and security cable, and the cost of that is $45. And the exposure factor after the safeguard is 6%. So if the exposure factor after the safeguard is 6%, that means that, what is it? So ALE after safeguard. So ALE before safeguard, which was $125, minus the ALE after safeguard. So it would be 6%, which is, it seems like it's increased, so which is kind of retarded in my opinion. So 6% of 2,500 in this case, right? So exposure factor is 100% at that. Yeah, so 6%, yeah. So 0.06 times 2,500 is $150. So the value of the safeguard would be ALE before the safeguard, which in this case is the $125 before the safeguard, minus the ALE after the safeguard, which is $150, and we're already negative, minus the annual cost of the safeguard, which is $45. It doesn't seem, unless I'm misunderstanding this doesn't seem right. So let's go through it one more time. The asset value multiplied by 100%, which is the exposure factor, makes the single loss exposure $2,500. The annual rate of occurrence is 0.05, which makes the annual loss value, the annual loss exposure, $125. So the value of the safeguard at this case is 2,500. Not the value of the safeguard, excuse me, not the value of the safeguard. The value of the actual safeguard is taking the annual loss exposure before the safeguard, which is $125, and subtracting that by the annual loss exposure after the safeguard, so which is 6%. So this is 5% right here. So 6% would actually be $150. So it's actually increased the exposure factor, which is ridiculous. So I'm going to reject this fucking control because that doesn't make sense to me. Part 2 is element remaining part 2. So we're going to click on these things to interact with those things and click on these things to interact. So we have the computer here. The workstation disk failure. The asset value is 3,000. Exposure factor is 70%. And I'm going to just kind of look at this one more time. So exposure factor is 70%. So the single loss exposure is 2,100. Annual rate of occurrence is 20% here, which makes it $420, which would be the loss value itself. The external backup ends up being $200, and then the exposure factor would be 0%. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the loss before, so the annual loss exposure before the safeguard minus the loss exposure after the safeguard, which is 0, and then minus the actual cost. So we're going to approve this one, so that's for sure. And then we have the cell phones here. So right here, smartphone theft is $1,250 is the asset value. 100% would be exposure factor. Annual rate of occurrence is 35%. And so that ends up giving us a $437 value. And that's before the safeguard. And so 40% is going to be an increased. Yeah, this doesn't even seem legit. So unless I'm misunderstanding again. So exposure frequency after the fact is going to be 40%. So 40% times 1250. Let me get that real quick. Times 1250 is $500. $500. It ends up being. Yeah, I think I'm going to reject this too. And so here's our elements remaining 4 out of 4 here. So we have several elements. We have the laptop here, we have this computer here, we have the door, and then we have this computer here. So let's look at this one. Screen failure. The asset value is 3,000. Exposure frequency is 10%, so it makes it 300. Rate of occurrence is 5%, so the loss value is $15. Backup screen, cost of safeguard is $250. 15 minus 250, I'm just going to reject that. What do we have here? Did I already do this one? I already did that one. Yeah, so let's do the laptop here. Theft outside of the office, so single loss exposure is 2,500. It happens every 5 years, so the value is 500. Activated encryption, and it decreases that to 24%, or it increases it. Oh no, excuse me. Exposure factor decreases from 100% to 24%. So if we do 24% of 2,500 is $600. So the formula is before safeguard minus after safeguard. So 500 minus 600 is already negative, and then minus another $75 is already negative. I hope I'm doing this right. I feel like it seems simple, oversimplistic. Workstation malware, $300 or 3,000. Exposure factor is 85%, so the single loss exposure is 2,550. Occurrence of that is 35%. I'm counting this as 35%. I know it's like every 3 years or something. That's what that technically means. Loss value is $892. Antivirus license is that, and safeguard is now 5% after the fact. So that seems to be legit. So if I do 5% of 3,000, that ends up being 150. This is definitely worth it. And then let's go to the door. So the office intrusion and theft, $20,000 value. Annual rate of occurrence is 10, so every 10 years basically, which makes it being $2,000 loss. And then so we have cost of safeguard is $750. So if we do 15% of 20,000, that ends up being 3,000. So the loss value is 2,000 minus 3,000 minus 750. And I'm going to say reject this one too. You didn't answer all the questions correctly. Please restart. Okay, so let's do this again. Oh my God. Like, well, I'll keep it in the edit so that you can see the answers, but goodness gracious. Jesus Christ. So there's the flag. I'll keep it. I'm not gonna go through that all over again, but I'll keep it in the edit so you can see what just happened and what the answers for this were. And value of the safeguard equals the annual loss exposure before the safeguard minus the annual loss exposure after the safeguard. So if we're going to calculate annual loss exposure after the safeguard, which is what right here. So annual loss exposure after the safeguard is the SLE after the safeguard multiplied by the annual rate of occurrence after the safeguard. And that doesn't change. So the annual rate of occurrence didn't change. They only changed the exposure factor after the safeguard. That's the only thing that they showed us. Yeah, that didn't change. And I don't know, maybe I'm missing it. Maybe I missed it. So let me know in the comment section if this made more sense to you or something. But yeah, I essentially just tried the different options until I actually got one that matched. So that's that. We wrapped our risk management room, and yeah, that was it for this one. If you are studying for your security engineer or security analyst, pen test plus, ethical hacker, any of that stuff, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that we drop something, and it'll help you with your cert exams and things like this. This particular room, I think it was a little bit confusing for me just because of those calculations, and you can obviously pause and go back and review and just make sure that you understand it better than I did. I got this part, the assessing the risk analysis, but then I think it was under the response to risk. Yeah, this part is the part that I kind of didn't really understand, and that's the thing that maybe you can drop a comment and try to educate me on or something, and I'll just go read through this one more time just to make sure that I understand it and get a better grasp of it. But yeah, anyways, apart from that, that was it for our risk management room. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. I hope you got value from this one. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video. Later. Alright, what up? It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. We are continuing down our security engineer pathway. This is day 8, episode 8 of the path that we're on, the security engineer path. We are currently in the threats and risks module, and this is all part of the security engineer pathway of TryHackMe. And this is what our room is today. We're talking about vulnerability management, and this is our outline. So we got obviously the intro, we got vulnerability management versus vulnerability scanning, vulnerability classification, vulnerability management life cycle, discover and prioritize, and then the assess and report, and then remediate and verify portions of the life cycle. And then we have the framework at the very end. It seems like there's a machine that's going to be attached to this. So this is going to be our outline. Everything is going to be time-stamped in the description below, so you'll have access to all these things. If you wanted to skip around or go to a specific portion of the video, you could do that. And yeah, this is basically what we're dealing with today. If you are currently studying for your security engineer or security analyst certification, or Pentest Plus, Ethical Hacker, any of those things, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. This is currently the path that we're on. I actually just finished the SOC Level 1 pathway a couple of weeks ago, so that playlist is complete. I think it has about like 50 videos or something like that. Maybe 51, or it definitely has at least 50 videos. I know that for sure. And it's very, very comprehensive. I've taken my security analyst certification exam, and I can tell you from personal experience that everything that is discovered and talked about in that playlist and all of that content is actually directly applicable to your certification exams. And then more importantly, it's applicable to your job as a junior analyst or a CYSA analyst. And yeah, honestly, that's the reason why I started this channel, even, is because I just wanted to have something for my own reference that I could go refer back to and kind of pull up information that I need to. But it just so happens that other people also find these things useful, and it's turned into a nice sized little community that we have here with a lot of awesome people. So I do encourage you to join our community. I do respond to all the comments that come in, so if you have any questions, I will get to your questions as soon as I possibly can. And you know, if you're studying for a security engineer for the next couple of weeks, that's all gonna be talking about. This is all we're gonna be talking about. So would love to have you as part of the community, and I think you'll get a lot of value from it. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the intro of the room. So per NIST, a vulnerability is defined as a weakness in an information system, system security procedure, internal control, or implementation that could be exploited or triggered by a threat source. So it's not just the system. It could be the security procedure, internal controls, or the implementation of something that you have that could all have a vulnerability in it. That all of those things could have a weakness in them. In this room, we're gonna learn the process of effectively identifying, detecting, mitigating, and reporting a vulnerability in line with the standard frameworks. And we're going to be going through some practical examples as well. These are our learning objectives for the room, and these are our prerequisites. And all of these things I think I've actually done. So there should be videos of this already. The security principles room is part of the current path that we're on, so I know for sure that we did that. The understanding vulnerability databases, let me see if we did that. So this is vulnerabilities 101. There's a video for this that I already did. For sure, I know I did this. This is part of the SOC level 1 pathway. So you'll find this somewhere inside that playlist. And then the exploiting of the vulnerabilities is also in that same pathway. So for sure, you'll find both of those inside the SOC level 1 playlist. And then the security principles is a part of the current path that we're on. So it's a few episodes back that I did that one. So all of this stuff is available to you if you want to go check those out before jumping into the rest of this video. So let's talk about the vulnerability management versus vulnerability scanning. Vulnerability management, it's an ongoing, proactive, and frequently automated activity that protects computer systems, networks, enterprise solutions from cyber attacks and data breaches. It's a vital component of the overall security program. By doing all of these things, a business can help avoid attacks and mitigate the effects of those attacks if they actually occur. Vulnerability scanning is, since the management is a process around vulnerability scanning, it's essential to know how scans are actually conducted, right? So you just need to know how to do vulnerability scans. And we've done a lot of that stuff inside of the Pentest Plus and the Junior Pentester playlist. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you can scan for vulnerabilities. The most important one, or the biggest one, is the Nmap tool that I feel like everybody should learn how to do. Even if you're on defensive security, you should know how to use Nmap to do scanning of a network and enumerating the network. And inside Nmap, there's a great series of scripts that scan for vulnerabilities. So all of that stuff comes inherent with it. But then there's just a bunch of other tools as well that you can use. I think Nessus is like a really big one too. Most vulnerability scanners may be operated via a graphical user interface, a GUI, allowing you to do vulnerability scans on a whole network with a few couple of clicks. Security vendors offer technological solutions with varying deployment choices, including standalone managed services and software as a service, SaaS. Some popular commercial vulnerability tools are Nessus, Nexpose, Acunetics, and some good open source solutions like Greenbone and OWASP Zap and a lot of other stuff. They didn't mention Nmap, but Nmap is really good for that too. The terms vulnerability management and vulnerability scanning are frequently misunderstood. So there's a significant distinction between those two things. Using a computer program to find vulnerabilities in networks or infrastructure or applications is called scanning, vulnerability scanning. But when you do management, it's the process that encompasses vulnerability scan. So vulnerability scanning is a part of management, but then you also got to do other things, meaning either analyze the risk, accept the risk, remediate the risk, report the risk. So it's a holistic process, right? So vulnerability scanning is a part of vulnerability management. And I mean, that's pretty commonsensical. I feel like that should make sense. Vulnerability management aims to lower the organization's overall risk exposure by identifying, mitigating as many vulnerabilities as possible. And it can be challenging given the potential vulnerabilities and limited resources available for remediation. So management should be a continual effort to stay up with new and emerging threats. The growing prevalence of cybercrime and the accompanying risks are compelling most firms to prioritize information security, and the efforts to control information security threats should include a procedure for managing vulnerabilities. This procedure will enable a business to receive a continual overview of the vulnerabilities and related hazards in their IT environment, and a company can only prevent attackers from infiltrating their network and stealing sensitive data by discovering and mitigating their vulnerabilities, right? That's the only way that you can do it, is to find out about them and patch them in advance, protect yourself, basically. Pretty common sense, right? So the process encompassing vulnerability scanning and other factors is called vulnerability management. And in the overall objective of vulnerability management to increase, or is the overall objective of vulnerability management to increase an organization's risk exposure? That seems pretty retarded. So no, it's not. It's to decrease your risk exposure. So let us move on to vulnerability classification. The vulnerability classification, there's a really good resource for this, and it's called the Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures Database. And the CVE code, or like the CVE number of a vulnerability, is something that you're going to see all the time. This is what it looks like right here. And all vulnerabilities that have been discovered usually have a CVE code that's attached to them. MITRE maintains that list, and it's publicly documented, and you can go and check it out. I think there's another one called CVE Details. This is another one. This is not the MITRE website. This is just CVE Details, and then you can search by a CVE ID or the product or the vendor or something like that. And I don't know if we're going to be using that one or if we're going to be using the MITRE one, which is the cve.org database for MITRE. And there's where's the section right here? There should be another one. List of partners, CNA rules, CVE record lifecycle, idea tracker, working group vulnerability researcher, access based on role, CVE number, authority. Okay, we'll find it eventually. I'll find it because we need to use it. Oh, you know what? It's up here. it was freaking hidden because of that notification that we had. So this is what the cve.org. This is the one that belongs to MITRE. And the other one is just cvedetails.com. So this one that you see right here, this is from MITRE. So this is the actual MITRE version of the CVE, the Common Vulnerability and Exposure. And so you have the ID number at the top, you have the score and the type that are attached to it. So the CVSS score, the Common Vulnerability Scoring System score for this one is 9, which is pretty high up there. And the confidentiality impact is complete. Total information disclosure integrity impact is complete. There's a total compromise of system integrity. Availability impact is complete. There's a total shutdown. So this is a bad freaking vulnerability, whatever the fuck this is. What is this? The vulnerability, execute code, gain privileges. Yeah, okay. The vendor is McAfee or McAfee, however you pronounce that. This is a badass freaking vulnerability. Privilege escalation vulnerability in McAfee Web Gateway prior to 9.2 allows an authenticated user to gain elevated privileges through the user interface and execute commands on the appliance via incorrect, improper neutralization of user input in the troubleshooting page. So yeah, that's pretty mean. Is this the one that we're looking at? Yeah, 23885. So this is it, right? So this is it. Illustrates CV identifier, so on and so forth. Common configuration enumeration gives the system configuration issues unique identifiers to quickly and accurately link configuration data. For instance, CCE identifiers can be used to match the configuration assessment tools with recommended best practices. It's comparable to the CVE list. Then you have common platform enumeration, method for classifying and identifying devices, operating systems, and application types inside an infrastructure. It's widely used in security and vulnerability management to identify various things. And then we have common vulnerability scoring system, which is a scoring system that ranks the severity of the vulnerability. So if it's 0, then there's no severity. If it's 0.1 to 3.9, it's low. 4.0 to 6.9, medium. And then you got high, and then you got critical. So if it's 9 and above, it's critical. This one right here, this is a critical vulnerability. That means you got to take care of that right now. You got to fix that right now. So there are numerous public sites with information vulnerabilities. The National Vulnerability Database administered by NIST is the comprehensive database of CVE assigned known vulnerabilities, and NVD and CVE are frequently used interchangeably. They differ in many ways. CVE is just a list of the entries. Nevertheless, NVD is a more comprehensive database based on and fully synchronized with the CVE list, guaranteeing that any updates on the list are represented in the National Vulnerability Database. So this one looks like this. Let's see what this one is. NIST's National Vulnerability Database. Look at that. So we could probably search somewhere in here, vulnerabilities. Just click on that and it opens this thing up for us. And if we wanted to, detail page vulnerability statuses, cve.org at the bottom, which is this thing that we were on. And then we have the rules at such and such, products, developers, contact, other sites, search. There we go. This is what we got to go to. And then search for vulnerabilities, products, checklists, all that jazz. So let's look at this. So what is the CVSS score for the CVE 2013-1048? So let's copy this thing and go here. Wait, I don't want to do anything like that. I just want to go home, search for this, find that. And what do we got? We got the full thing here. And where can I find its score real quick? Here it is. Oh, actually, you know what? That screenshot is from the NIST website. So when you go here, you can search for the thing, and then right at the bottom it says view additional information about this on NVD. So click on that, and it opens up this page right here. And this is what we got. So the Debian Apache 2CTL script squeeze before yada yada yada. And what it does is does not properly create the locked directory, which allows local users to gain privileges via an unspecified symlink attack. There's no base score here. So what do you mean there's no base score, bro? We need the score. It's not possible for internet. That's version 3. So let's see, version 2 is 4.6. So version 3 didn't have a score. Let's see if the version 2 works. Yeah, it does. What is the access complexity of 1048? So let's go back to this. And then what you can do is you can actually go and look at its information about its details and everything. So let's try to find access complexity on this. Oh, it's literally right here. So these are all the things that we need, right? So attack vector is local, access complexity is low, authentication is none, confidentiality is partial, integrity is partial, availability is partial. So access complexity is low for this thing. So here we go. And with the fictional 2023-2022, what would be the CVE ID assign year be? 2022? No, 2023. There it is. Okay. So did they tell us this? Did they say that that's how it breaks down? I think it is, right? So it's basically the year is the first set of numbers right here. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Alrighty. Vulnerability classification is in the bag. Let us move to vulnerability management life cycle. Discover and prioritize. And for this one, we gotta actually start a machine. So I'm gonna start that, and when that starts up, we'll actually jump into it. Right, so here we go. We got the machine loaded, and to be able to access the machine, I needed to load my attack box here. But if you're using this, you can always just connect to TryHackMe via a VPN, and then be able to access all these machines that way. And it's probably better that way because their attack boxes sometimes can be very slow because they do have a lot of users trying to use these networks and do all these things. So it is beneficial, in my opinion, for you to use your own machine. So anyways, they are, this is, let's see if we can kind of get this loaded while we read through this information, just so we can be better with our time management. So I'm going to paste that in here. There we go. Press enter. And that should load. Okay, there we go. We got it. So 6 essential phases in vulnerability management, right? So we're going to go through all those things over here, and then we're going to be using something called XAMPP, and from there, these are our username and passwords. And so the first step is the discover step, and then you're gonna, I'm not gonna read all these things because I'm actually gonna do them so you can see how that works. And then from there, we're gonna prioritize. So these are the first 2 steps, is discovery and prioritization. So let's first log in, since it's gonna be admin is our username and password. And I don't need to save this right now. So this is what the dashboard looks like right here. So pretty simple. I think I can probably keep this in split screen. I don't have to necessarily go into full screen for this. Hopefully we'll be able to manage it pretty well that way. And so the first part is what? So we're going to do a discover. So we need to create a new target. So this is our overview screen. So what I need to do is I need to create a new one. So I wonder if that's under, let's see, it'll say add target. Once logged into this, open the configuration menu, which is right here actually. And then inside the configuration menu, we can create our targets. And under this, there is the target port list, so on and so forth. And then I think this is the button right here to do an add target. There we go. So it's going to be a Windows target. The host, we're going to declare manually. It's going to be our actual host, which is the one that we're on right here. So I think that's the one that we're supposed to use. So we'll add the IP address 198. That's the, in this example, we will add this thing, we can submit, Let me see if that's the one that I'm supposed to use. Although I think I'm supposed to use the one that they assigned to me. Okay, so I think I'm actually supposed to use the one that they're talking about in the text here. So I'm gonna just use this one and see if this is the one that we're actually supposed to use. And if we don't get the answers to the questions that we want. So it says target already exists. So that probably means that I don't need to do that. Add task next, open the scans menu, click on the task to configure the tool for the assets and the specified target. Once the page is opened, click the page with the star icon. We've initiated the scanning process. The status of the scan is available through the reports, and as soon as the scan is finished, we can click on the corresponding scan from the page. You can ignore the vulnerabilities related to GCE. So prioritize. The next step is involving grouping and assigning this, and based on how crucial they are, this can significantly assist the organization in determining which groups require special attention, and thus will aid in a decision-making process. So once they are identified, we will prioritize the identified vulnerabilities in different assets based on operational importance. Okay, so all of this is fine. So now it says we have already scanned the Ubuntu machine. Therefore, the answer of the following questions is going to be based, and I see. So it's going to be based on the one that already exists here. And so this is the Linux app task, yeah, right here. So this is the thing right here. So from here then, since the scan has already been done, what I can do is go to the scans menu and click on the task that we got. So this is our task in the scans menu, and then we have the Linux app task right here at the bottom. So we're going to open this thing, and this is what we're going to be using to answer our questions, right? So it says right there, after scanning, what is the total number of medium level vulnerabilities? So let's try to find that. All right, so the answer to this one is actually under scans and then reports, which is the page that I'm on right here. But every time you click on that, it loads the thing. So I'm going to go back to this. And so this is what it looks like right here. And so for our Linux app task, the medium vulnerability is 1. So we have 1 high, 1 medium, 2 low, and then 18 pieces on our log. So medium vulnerabilities is 1. What is the severity score for the vulnerability ICMP timestamp reply information disclosure? So if can I click on these one by one, or what do we do? Let's say we do click on this date. Maybe that'll open it up for us. There we go. It opened it up for us. And so we're going to go look at our results here. So that'll be under, I think it's going to be under results. Yes, it is under results. So right here, the very bottom one, it says ICMP timestamp reply information disclosure. And what does it say? It says, what's the severity score? So the severity score for this is low. It's 2.1. So no big deal, or not that big of a deal. And then what is the operating system and the version number of the target machine? So let's go try to find that. So it's going to be hosts most likely. And host name is this, IP address, so on and so forth. Operating system, there we go, Ubuntu 20.04. So let's do that. And voila, there is that. So we got our discover and prioritize section done. I'm pretty sure the rest of these things are also going to be answered using our Greenbone security assistant. So let's go into vulnerability management lifecycle, assess and report. All right, so the third phase involves creating a risk baseline by evaluating the assets to determine how severe each risk is. The process lets organizations decide which risk to eliminate based on factors such as classification, criticality, and vulnerability. And the longer run assessments help organizations establish a consistent baseline. For this purpose, we looked at the top risk rated assets and noticed that most of them are associated with PHP, a server-side scripting language. Therefore, we decided to look at the vulnerabilities of this asset first. A list of identified vulnerabilities filtered with PHP is shown below. So we are on results. In this case, out of the 341, there's 173 that show up when you look for PHP. And 173 are associated with this by OpenBAS. Most of them are rated as high severity, whereas the others that are rated as medium, only 2 of them are associated with PHP, are low severity. So, and then you go through reporting to assess the statement with each vulnerability. Documenting and reporting known vulnerabilities is crucial. And what page is this on? So for this person, we go to the high severity vulnerability with 10, and we can do this by clicking on the corresponding vulnerability from the GUI. To get more details about the vulnerability and the possible impact, the following images show that the GVM has provided information on the vulnerability and suggested remedial measures to fix it. Similarly, we inspected the buffer overflow and several other critical vulnerabilities associated with PHP in the scan results, and found that all of them can be fixed by upgrading the PHP to its latest version. So product detection result this is the one that we're looking at specifically. This is one vulnerability that we're looking at specifically. And before reporting it, it's highly advised to confirm that it's not a false positive. That's a big deal because vulnerability scanners are prone to such errors as well as false negatives, right? So while some might be straightforward to confirm, such as the identified ones with default credentials, others might require some effort remotely or from the client. And in any case, when a vulnerability is identified as a false positive, it's recommended to flag it in the report in the tool for future reference. So download the Linux task report in PDF format. What's the severity rating of the vulnerability in the report, where the solution type is workaround? So we're going to go to the Linux task report in PDF format, which I believe it's this thing right here that I can click that will download it for me. And once we have selected PDF, there we go, we're going to click OK, and it'll download it for us. And it opened it automatically as well. And we have 7 pages total here, and so we're supposed to look for the severity rating of the vulnerability where the solution type is workaround. So let's try to find something that has the solution type workaround. So I'm basically just going to search for that. And there's only one instance of the word workaround inside this document. And the vulnerability, let's try to find the top portion of this. This is, painfully slow right here. So this is it right here. So the CVSS, and it's skipped, of course. Here we go. The CVSS for this is 4.8. And it says, what is the severity rating of it? Medium is the severity rating. What is the solution type for the TCP timestamp vulnerability? The solution type for the TCP timestamp vulnerability. So let's now search for TCP timestamp. TCP timestamps, the solution is mitigation. You see that right in the middle of the page right there. And what is the CVE for ICMP timestamp reply information disclosure? So the actual CVE itself. So ICMP timestamp reply. There we go. And the CVE itself is, I believe, 1999-0524. So CVE 1999-0524. Oh, I even put a plus sign at the end of it, and it still did it. So there's that. We got the assess and report. And from there, we are going to move into the vulnerability management lifecycle, remediate and verify. Remediation involves fixing the vulnerability that we discovered, beginning with the most severe, obviously. The identified vulnerability should be reported to the concerned stakeholders A few approaches for dealing with known vulnerabilities. A few approaches are available for dealing with known vulnerabilities. Remedial action, such as thoroughly addressing or patching vulnerabilities, is the best course of action. If complete remediation is not feasible, businesses might mitigate, which entails lowering the risk of the exploitation or minimizing the potential harm. And security engineers can acknowledge their vulnerability, for instance, when the risk involved is low, and choose to do nothing about it. And that would be called acceptance, right? So now that we are aware of the most critical vulnerabilities in the organization, it's time to report them to the stakeholders for remediation. We're going to create a ticket for the PHP vulnerability and assign it to the response team or the responsible team. Tickets in the GVM can be created from the detailed view of the corresponding vulnerability as shown below. So you click on the actual vulnerability itself and then you create a new ticket by creating the ticket, and it goes to the admin user, and the responsible team receive the ticket and will resolve the issue by upgrading PHP to the latest version. Once they resolve it, they'll change the status to fixed, and the remediation ticket status can be tracked from the resilience remediation tickets menu that is below right here. So right here, it doesn't show us all of the screen shot, so it seems like we're just on the tickets page, and then we have the vulnerability, severity, so on and so forth. And does it say fixed? Where does it say fixed? Status is open, so it doesn't say fixed yet. Then you have verification and monitoring. So in the last step of the management, regular audits and process monitoring are used to guarantee that all threats have been eradicated, and we will rescan the target after applying the fix. If the results are satisfactory, we will close the remediation ticket. So create a ticket for resolving the clear text transmission of sensitive information via HTTP vulnerability. So we're going to go back to our list of vulnerabilities here, and I'll just leave this open for, I don't know, just in case we might need to refer back to it. And it's still loading and it's still processing, so that's kind of a pain in the behind. I'm going to close some tabs just to make it a little bit easier, I think. Oh, it's also because I literally have like a million windows open on my secondary monitor, so that could be a reason. So I'm gonna go to what am I looking for? The clear text transmission of the thing, which is right here. So we're gonna click on this, and once it opens up, I'm going to go to, oh, I see. So it's actually not the details link. It's that little button on the left side. It's that thing. So we click on that. It looks like a magnifying glass with a plus sign in it. And now we're on the page that we're supposed to be. So now we're going to create a ticket by clicking this ticket button. And what is there anything I'm supposed to say? We're going to do resolve this vulnerability. And that's it. So save it. And that's been completed. Now it says, as a security engineer, the priority of a remediation ticket for a critical vulnerability must be what? It must be high, because it's critical. And there we go, we got that. So vulnerability management lifecycle, remediate and verify has been done. So now we can move on to the vulnerability management framework. There is a renowned framework used for vulnerability management. It's the NIST called CSF, right? So the CSF cybersecurity framework by NIST, and it's the guidance for organizations to better manage cybersecurity risk and to better reduce. And so this is intended as a comprehensive strategy, and it's become a helpful management resource for corporate businesses as well as government entities. And it goes through 5 specific steps. You have identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So identify what assets require security, put the right security measures in place to protect them, implement adequate procedures to detect cybersecurity events, develop methods for mitigating effects, and if there's something that you need to recover, implement the proper procedures for restoring capabilities. This is the visual of this with all of the breakdowns on it. So this is the overall framework, and under identify we have asset management, governance, risk assessment, business environment, risk management strategy. Then this is what we have under protect, and under detect, respond, and recover. So it is the standard as mentioned earlier. So if you want to pause this and kind of read through all of this or take a screenshot of this, I would not be mad at you, but you can also probably just find it by going to the link here, which is the cybersecurity framework link. So there's CSF 2.0. Read the document. So let's see if we can do this. We hope okay, that's fine. It's going to move us to here. So this is the actual document, 32-page document here. And I think the screenshot that we got was, let's see if I can find that exact chart from the screenshot. This seems to be, nope, that's not it. Well, it's probably old. And this is the updated one. So, or the one that we're looking at right here is old, and the PDF that we were in was the updated one. Identify, so develop asset discovery methodologies, discover assets in real time, ascertain the criticality of assets. You can safeguard what you do not know, implement the required tools and procedures to achieve complete insight over the enterprise assets, including those on-premises and cloud assets. The process of discovering assets should be automated to get a near real-time picture of all the assets, and adding security and business relevance to the assets would assist you in prioritizing their significance to your business. It's crucial to analyze as much data as possible. Unfortunately, most companies use a subjective method to estimate the importance of it. So protect, deploy security safeguards, make sure, use security systems and technology. So this could be anything that would be either network, email security, ransomware, any of that stuff, encryption, regular backups, identity access management, information security management systems, SIMs, data loss prevention, anything like that. And then under detect, you probably have an IDS and an IPS that's going to show up at some point in this environment. So you need to have something that will detect. So an intrusion detection system or an intrusion protection system would probably fall under this, that you would need to be able to detect the vulnerabilities that happen, prioritize the vulnerabilities that have been detected. Actually, no, so this is for vulnerabilities. So this is probably not even about intrusion detection. It's probably about vulnerability detection. So that's what we're going to be, yeah, so an IDS would not necessarily be a vulnerability detection system. It's literally just for intrusions and actual attacks happening. So once you have the vulnerabilities, if you want to detect vulnerabilities, you have mapped the attack surface, so you know what all your assets are, and you need to be able to use something to detect the vulnerabilities against those assets. And then you got to prioritize all of these things, because most likely there's going to be a lot of them, and you got to figure out which one the most critical ones are, and then just go down the line as it gets less and less severe, and then quantify the risk. So the last video that we did, which I got confused in because of the formula that we were using to actually quantify risks and the potential damages that could be done. So if you want to laugh at me, you can go watch that video. But it's not that complicated once you actually kind of do a proper read through. I didn't do a proper read through. I was trying to rush through the content, so that's my bad, and that's why I got confused. But once you do a proper read through, it's actually not confusing. Very, very basic math, and it helps you understand how to quantify vulnerabilities and risks and what the damages may actually be dollar-wise, dollar value-wise. And based on the organization's mission, you would be quantifying those risks in regards to your particular company. It gives a consistent vocabulary if you do this for prioritization of the events and initiatives and tracking how efficient the efficacy of the overall cybersecurity program. And then just constant monitoring. We talked about this in the last video. We're going to be talking about this probably for the foreseeable future. This is not going to be something that we're going to stop talking about. So constant monitoring is your job as a security analyst / engineer. You're just going to be monitoring the environment constantly just to see how everything is working and if you need to pay attention to anything specific. Then you have the response category. So have you implemented the necessary techniques and mechanisms to mitigate the vulnerability's impact? So define ownership, so who's responsible for addressing each vulnerability, establish reporting. Reports present relevant stakeholders with the extent of vulnerabilities that have been identified. Share status regularly, so it's part of the continuous monitoring. There's also continuous sharing and communication. So there needs to be timely updates on the remedial queue, what you're going to be remediating. Further parts of the status sharing is ability to provide reports that demonstrate progress on risk mitigation and commercial value. Adopt a risk acceptance approach. Swiftly eliminating all discovered vulnerabilities is impossible. There could be circumstances where business critical assets must be taken offline to address a vulnerability, and one should establish a strategy for risk acceptance based on that. Then you have the established remedial measures. So during operations, security teams should concentrate on eradicating large quantities of critical vulnerabilities. However, when adversaries actively exploit a newly discovered critical vulnerability, the security team should focus on finding and releasing patches or swift mitigations to address the severe new stuff that comes in. And then you have recovery. So it's the final step that entails updating and strengthening resilience and restoring anything that might have been lost. So have you implemented the process and technologies necessary for detecting and resolving future vulnerabilities? Implement sophisticated search capabilities, have the power to look for affected assets. It's one of the preventative measures required for vulnerability management remediation. And in the detect stage, you have to be able to quickly and precisely identify the assets. You should be able to confirm the vulnerability occurrences have been addressed during the recovery phase. Extend security to unmanaged areas. Cloud infrastructure, fuels the explosion of attack surfaces because it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and they can attack more things. So in recovery, we need to be able to increase the insight across conventional assets, which is the physical stuff, so the laptops and the desktops, and not currently covered by the solutions that you're running. So these are the stuff that it would be considered IoT. So a cell phone could technically be an IoT device that may not necessarily be covered by the solutions that you did for your conventional assets. So you may, most companies have solutions for conventional assets, but as you expand the attack surface and there are assets that aren't currently covered, which could be cloud assets, IoT devices, any of that stuff, that would be something that you would need to address and extend the security to those areas that are not being managed. There's something called the CASM, so the Cyber Asset Attack Service Management Solution, which will fill this void and offer the organization an accurate and almost real-time picture of the assets. And then, of course, record lessons, debrief, go back and forth. The lessons learned document is very, very important. And this is all part of the recovery step and phase of things. So the process of listing vulnerabilities as per their order of priority is called, that would be prioritize vulnerabilities, and which phase entails updating and strengthening resilience plans and restoring any compromised capabilities. So restoring is going to be the word that I'm going to use as my hint, and it's not recovery. What? No way. Okay, so if it's not recover, or is it a recover? Maybe not recovery. Recover. Okay, that's I have read the details regarding all the 5 phases. Yes, we did. And there we go. That's it. That's what we got. And we got a badge for this one too. So I'm excited about that. There's a badge for the particular task that we're on, which is the threats and risks. Since I completed this thing, I got a badge for it. I am very excited about that. And now we are going to the next one. The next episode, we're going to go through the network and system security module. So that was it for the vulnerability management room. If you got any value from this video, or if you are studying for your security engineer or security analyst or Pentest Plus or ethical hacker, any of those things, I do invite you and encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out from this channel. I already have a bunch of playlists that are complete or damn near close to being complete. For example, the SOC Level 1 Junior Security Analyst pathway, and there's over 50 videos inside of that. So there's a lot of good stuff that's already on this channel in the short period of time that we've been live on this channel. So I think you'll get a lot of value from it that you can use on your examinations as well as your day-to-days of just doing these jobs and doing this work. So I think it'll be useful to you, and just as an extra bonus, it would be really awesome to have you as the part of our community. It's been a very nice growth spurt that we've had, and it's constantly continuing to grow, and it would just be awesome to have you. And you know, if you have any comments or questions, drop them in the comments section. I'll definitely go ahead and get to them. And even if it especially if it's a good one, I'll go ahead and create a video just for your comments. So that'll be really fun to do as well. And I did the first user inspired video this past week, so that was really cool to do. And it's on the dark web, by the way, so if you want to go check that out, there's a video about the dark web. That was an interesting question that we got. So yeah, that is it for the vulnerability management episode 8. I want to say, yeah, episode 8 / day 8 of the security engineer path. So it's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. I hope you got a lot of value out of this video. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. And I'll see you in the next one. Later.